welcome to WorldSimSeries and welcome to the second special event of the year. We've been to Daytona. Now we go across the Atlantic to Imola. And today is a very special race, the Ayrton Senna Tribute 12 Hours of Imola. With me, as always, is Lorinus. As we look at the track, well, this place is truly magical. A lot of things happened around this place. Obviously, the tragic death of Ayrton Senna happened here in 1994. The track has undergone some changes since then. The speeds have been reduced, but it is still a very, very quick and a dangerous track. So 12 hours of this will be extremely difficult for all the teams and drivers. Still a nice, bright day out, though. No rain expected, I believe, so might just be a little bit easier. But we've got 48 cars out on the circuit, and it isn't a very, very long circuit. A minute 40 is your pole position time right now, as Miguel Silverio takes that provisional pole for now, 2/10 ahead of Leszkiewicz. Like I said, I'm joined by Lorinus.
Welcome everyone to this very special event, tribute to Ayrton Senna. And this event not only welcomes the drivers to join the racetrack and battle it out to decide who will take the win after the 12 hours will run out, but everyone is welcome to be a generous person and donate to the Ayrton Senna Institute. The money, the 100% amount donated, money will go for a good cause to improve the lives of Brazil's youth. So not only be on the screens and enjoy the action of the virtual racing, but also find some goodness and kindness in yourselves and be a part of this whole event. Qualifying session is still on. We have already seen the battles of the GT4 class, and I can tell you just one tiny thing. Jan Nimtz behind the wheel of his Aston Martin 570S GT4 car for the team Sean Clark Racing has taken the pole position already, as we still have the GT3s driving on the racetrack. There's enough of time for at least one quick lap. Maybe for some of the teams there are still 2 laps in the back, so still some position changes might happen, as we have 28 GT3 cars in total, and we should have 20 GT4s. I believe a couple of teams had some issues already at the very beginning of the race. I think we have a couple of drive-through penalties for some rule infringements during the qualifying session. So the event just started, and some drama is already evolving.
Yep, we're still in those dying moments of the qualifying session. Still opportunities for drivers to improve. And opportunities also for drivers to drop down the field if they don't improve. This is quite close, especially from a second place down. I don't think pole position is going to be threatened. 3/10 at the top.
Yep, I mean, you can see the direct comparison of these sectors of the fastest lap of the 2 GT3 car teams. Biggest amount of time was lost by Dominykas Leszkiewicz in the first sector, and a little bit more in the remaining parts of the track, so Miguel Silverio currently doing a very nice job. Daniel Spon with this Mustang GT3 car is currently third, as we thank already to our first donator. It's our race steward who decided to contribute this event by being not only a person who works and looks at the way the things happen on the racetrack. He's also involved in all this idea to have the tribute to Ayrton Senna during this very beautiful day of spring. Very nice weather, not only on the racetrack, but also outside my commentator's booth. As
Dominicus HNS, I believe, yep, on your screens, coming to the end of what is now going to be for sure the final lap of this qualifying session for him, as the flag has flown. The first and second cars are already down into pit road. Fourth is already down into pit road, so it's Spohn in P3 and HNS in P5, who might still have an improvement. And it's a big improvement up into second position. Probably not expected. About 0.2 dropped in that final lap, so huge margin to gain in the final moments there, as Daniel Spohn will come across the line as well to take the checkered flag.
no improvement.
He's improving.
Oh,
And
he
up
is.
into second himself, so pushes HNS down by 1 spot, but that's another 10th ahead. So another huge improvement. Maybe the track coming to the drivers in the final stages of this qualifying session as well. Emmanuel Lopez out of the final turn. Another driver looking to improve. Delta saying 3/10 up. That would be an improvement of 1 spot, and it is up into 11th position. That is your qualifying session over and done with, as we get ready to get this race underway.
Yep, so it's a small 5 minutes break for all the drivers and all the teams to maybe adjust their setups to what they will use during this race and try to relax a little bit. As you see on your screens, we're gonna have a 12-hour race after we finish up with the full formation lap, and maybe it's the convenient time now to go through the results. Thanks to No Grip SRT, it's really nice to see everyone getting involved in this tribute race, and hopefully we will reach those goals that are currently set, as we can use this time now to go through the qualifying results with the GT4 class. Oh, actually, with the GT3.
Yep. So Christinani on pole position with Daniel Spohn next to him, Dominika Sejnas, Dominika Sveškevičius, Gosha Elisev, Zelko Babic, Martinas Kuchauskas, Oscar Tomola, Rami Dominguez, Sebastiano Vanegas, Emmanuel Lopez won, Thomas Mortensen, Jamie FN29 Fernandez, Tiziane Poerio, Carl Martins, Martin Kral, Bernie Petrozzini, Alexa Zagorach, Sam Crackton, Antonis Kapetis, Ivan Dragas, Mativeri, Daryl Hansford, Jack Twuhi, Michael Metzger, Juan Canadas, Gwenael Garul, and Tadas Yuknavich just rounds out the GT3s. Jan Nim's on pole for GT4. Looking through the rest of the grid, I'm starting to lose track now. But you can see the drivers on your screens. GT4 is a session that we missed. That's Gabe Aquino, Salvatore Vitaggio, Alexei Burchenko, Edilson Freschi, Svaldo Brites, Matthias Mirdita, Mick Tromke, Axel Quirios, Daniele Tagliarino, Mindaugas Ambrozza, Ian Hart, in 47-48 for Gediminas Krišlaitis and Matteo Venuti. That is the grid.
That was pretty intense. A very fast walk through the grid positions. Hopefully you managed to at least pick up your favorites and spot their starting positions. As we still wait a little bit to start the formation lap. Oh, we have these penalties for cars 18, 25 and 28. A drive-through for starting the qualifying session too early. It was a split qualifying session, so at first we had the GT4 cars running around the racetrack, and the GT3s had to wait out for the opening of the pit lane, and there were 3 teams that didn't obey the rule of staying in the pit lane for the needed time. That's why they are already seeing these penalties. As we are yet to see the grid rolling. I think we can go and do a very short break, as we thanks to Sean Clark Racing Team for this donation. So let's take a quick commercial break, and we will be back with the hot action from the Ayrton Senna tribute race.
Back on to the circuit as we get away for the formation lap before our race. Cristiani leads the field
Daniel,
to the formation lap. Yep.
yeah, Daniel Špon right behind Dominykas Eičinas, currently P3, Dominykas Vaškevičius P4, and Gosha Elisiev. That's your top 5 in the GT3 class. Jan Nimts leading the GT4 pack with Nika Kobosnidze, Adnan Halavic, Miran Yilmaz, and Ivan Melnichenko. This is your GT4 class lineup. The top 5 drivers for each class. 20 cars in the GT4 field. 28 in the GT3 so far, 27 I think, we had 28. Gediminas Krištolaitis is already in the pit lane, and we have a GT4 car also in the pit lane, so issues already. The drive-through penalties should be taken after the green flag drops, and car number 7, I don't believe they had a penalty.
I'm not sure. I don't have the penalty sheets on with me. But looking from the heli shot here, as we get ready to go, it's International Racing Team and International Racing Team on the front row, ahead of Vilnius Tech and International Racing Team once again. So if they want to do it, they can really squeeze out that Vilnius Tech car to ensure that International Racing Team will lead. But 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. We'll see how that holds up throughout this whole race as we get ready to go for 12 hours of action. 48 cars on the grid. And this should be very, very exciting. And we're away. Nani gets away well, but looks like HNS might have gotten away better than Schwon. Not really. I think actually Schwon coming back down the straightaway. A little bit of traffic and almost contact behind, but looks like it's relatively clean. There are a few cars dropping down the field a little bit, but probably surprisingly clean. Gedimnastriksleit is just leaving the pit lane now. Pit lane start for the number 7. Mirdita leaving the pits as well.
And this is Jan Nims already. He overtook a couple of GT3 cars during the race start, and he's still kind of running with the GT3 car pack. This is a very interesting view. Look at the gap that Jan Nims already has against his nearest rivals in the GT4 class. Finally, the 2 GT3s overtake Jan Nims and should give him a slightly clearer track ahead of him for him to be able to concentrate on the track and the race of his own and of his team. Nice driving by Chrissy Nani. He took the wheel over from his teammate Miguel Silverio to start this race. And looking at the results on another sheet, it still has to update as we have plenty of action right after the start, and the teams, they want to take their positions on the racetrack to try and figure out what the scenario for the teams is gonna look like during the coming 12 hours. It's not a 24 hours event, so it's a little bit more important for the teams to avoid mistakes and try to...
up in front, trying to get past the Vashkevicius and move back into P3, moves to the other side of the track, faked him out beautifully, and is gonna get the position, but over the rumble strip on the exit, well, the sausage curves on the exit. I think he's just about got that position. And back into P3 goes Dominikas HNS. Good run by him to get back into position. That removes the top 3 domination by International Racing Team. And it's back to as you were for the start of the race. And Aston Martin leads Ford, leads BMW. That is your top 3. You have a McLaren in 5th with Tomola, Elisev in the Honda. That's a unique car to see.
It's really nice to see a lot of manufacturers joining. Well, it's nice to see the teams choosing quite a lot of different manufacturers for this race and giving us a proper GT3 car field battles throughout the racetrack. And look, no one is willing to kind of settle down and wait out till the field spreads out.
Oh, contact for Tadej Juknevicius. Tadej Juknevicius into the wall. Down in... He was up 9 positions in the Dream to Drive car. One of the pre-race favorites. They started from last. He's been in the wall on the exit of the chicane. Had contact. Gets past one of the Ferraris.
I think we can.
And into the pits.
Oh, it's not the replay I was looking for. We will have the replay. We should have the replay of the crash as soon as this one ends. Quite a lot of accidents, quite a lot of contacts happening on the racetrack. This is the moment where Tadas Juknavicius faced the issues while he was battling with the field of slightly slower GT3s. I believe the team decided to start from the back of the pack. Still looks safe and normal. This is an interesting replay, and actually that was just the action of the...
Yeah, he had then contact later on. One of the cars slid into him.
Maybe
we'll have
that's...
a better view here.
Yep, that should catch up with what happened. Looks like Tadas Juknavicius has slightly more pace than the rivals around him, but yeah, a little bit too close, and the car behind kind of ran into the back of Tadas Juknavicius, not helping him out with the race. And the plan that the drivers, that the team had, I think they had the plan to start from the back of the pack, try to do a lot of overtakes, and it didn't work out. It was a very tight field in the end of the GT3 group, and that's not something that the Dream to Drive team came here for. Facing issues. That's Rolf Kalnins.
Down a lap now, so Tadas Juknavicius is still stationary. Is Guillermo Rivas down into the pits for custom GT AMR?
And there's accidents all over the track, and actually something happened with Dominika Seichinas. This is a replay of Dominika Seichinas and Vaškevičius, I believe. Both of these cars had a small contact. That's why we are looking at the replay. Yep, Vaškevičius outbraked himself and ran right into the back of Dominika's. Both staying at the same places, at the same spots, but it looks like the pace of the cars is quite different. Not sure if this is due to the different manufacturers having slightly different behavior on the racetrack. Maybe some of the cars have the ability to brake slightly later. That's why we see these contacts happening. And again, that's that's Gosha Elisiev.
Spins round, but survives. And this is just the start, right? So we've got the best drivers in the cars. It's going to be a big struggle. By the way, Gediminas Krikštolaitis, he's gotten past Jan Nims now. He's behind the GT3, so he started from the pits. He's finally up to 23rd. He's up 25 positions. I think he's going to be the largest gainer of positions from the start of the race, unless something crazy happens to them. But already up plus 25. Another big gainer is Pix for the KM team. In 7th position right now in the GT3s, 10 places up.
And this is an accident recently happened to Oskar Tomola as he was trying to gain a spot. And again outbraking himself, clipping his rival and sending him also into the gravel. But Oskar Tomola goes completely off the track. What is this issue about the drivers and the braking points? Both of the contacts happened during the braking, and running into the back of the rival's car. And again, contacts on the exit. That's Pixe and Rami Dominguez. Not fitting onto one track without contacts. I wonder how our race control is currently looking at the screen and what thoughts are going through the head. It's already that the incident sheet is filling up quite fast. Due to the contacts, car 24 received a warning, but car 39 has just received a drive-through penalty. I believe the information, as soon as it becomes official, will go through onto our screens. Car 39 is a GT4 car driven by Rokas Videkerskis.
I think they've just served that. I just saw them coming out of the pits. Looking through the rest of the field, Rami Dominguez for GT Panama. Fastest speed trap of the race so far, 270 on the run down into turn 1. This is side by side. Gosha Elisev with Kalnins. And Kalnins in 11th now. Imola on the back of those two as well. So this battle not over yet. And looking through Oscar Imola's view, trying to go down the inside. I don't think there's space to do it on Gosha. And still, as they were, difficult circuit to make moves. And a little bit on the grass on entry. Clearly, drivers struggling so far to find their rhythm, making, well, silly mistakes. It looks like they haven't practiced at all, some of them. They're just going off into the grass, going off the track just 10 minutes into this race. A lot of cars making mistakes, as that was Callan losing the position to Gosha.
Again, Aliziev has a very twitchy Honda beneath himself, and we see him doing quite a lot of mistakes. Didn't create himself a very nice exit, and is giving the chance for Ralf Kalnins to get back that P11 for himself, and there goes Oscar Stomola. You guys battle between yourselves. I'm just coming through into P11, and he will try to lose the tail, but look, it's only creating a bigger pile of cars battling for this final spot before the entry into top 10s, not fitting on the straight. Unnecessary contacts happening here, actually, and slowing all of the cars down, and that's Kalnins. Yep,
Imola again.
Wow, that was close. This is a very dangerous situation now. As we look at Oscar Tomola, he was standing sideways in the first corners. Thankfully, more action, more drama was avoided. But I'm pretty eager to see the replay to try and understand what happened here. But I believe Kalnins just clipped the curb and sent his rival into a spin. So first contact was between Tomola and Elisiev. And in the background, yep, Kalnins just clipping that curb too much, and a chain reaction between the cars with more contacts took place, and sending the teams into some different scenarios for this race. Look at Spawn, 0.8 of a second behind Nani. This Mustang is coming alive as we receive more interaction from our viewers and contributors. Thanks to T-Racer112 for participating in this Ayrton Senna tribute race on the WorldSimSeries platform, as the battle for the lead in the GT3 class is heating up. Where did the pace come from for Daniel Spohn as we run into...
It's also a huge difference. He's gained a second last lap. HNS as well, he's running much quicker. Maybe some issues for Nani. Oh, that's Abdul Hadi spun round. The leaders get through relatively safely. Now they'll be in traffic. This will be a chance, but actually Spohn, I think he's just going to take the position here. Oh, I thought Nani was actually lifting off. No, he stays on power. They stay one behind each other, but this has really changed. And now getting into traffic behind a GT4 Ginetta. Haven't seen those in a while. As they're going through on the outside. Lucky that the GT4 is back out of it. As another GT4 right off the road. A lot of cars going off the road right now. So lucky for the two leaders. Probably a little bit better for Nani in traffic. Maybe not. I think they were both quite similar in it. Maybe a little bit more caution from Spohn there. Just to make sure he doesn't have any contact. See what HNS can do. Here he's 9.4 back, 10 back from the leader, but he's been lapping quicker. Maybe not this lap, but previously, for sure. Nope, this lap again as well. Another 2/10 taken out of the leader. So looks like Aston Martin not really up to pace. Mashkavich's as well, 45.2. So another car not up to pace. Like the two Aston Martins at the front of the field, they have some issues.
Oh, a contact between some GT3s and GT4s. That's Thomas Mortensen and Emmanuel Lopez, and I believe more drivers involved here. I think there was a GT4 car also included in this battle. Yep, in this contact. That's Ian Hart. Well, let's call it being taken out by the faster GT3s. Thomas Mortensen tries desperately to get back on the racetrack and hits another GT4 car. So drama and confusion from the drivers. This is a track which is 5 kilometers long, 19 corners in total. 48 cars on the track is already a nice party, and one can expect quite a lot of traffic through the whole duration of this race, and we can kind of already get the picture of what the race is gonna look like. So it's a very narrow track. Combination of fast and slow corners. Traffic is definitely gonna play a big role here, and everyone needs to be expected to meet those slower cars on the racetrack. Look what's happening here, just trying to give way, and the Ginetta was just again taken out. That's Mick Tromke. I'm not sure if there was some mistake or some involvement from Mick Tromke in this contact. And look, already plenty of cars on the track. I think there was another GT4 going off. Wow, I didn't expect so much drama here. I'm pretty sure I was expecting for some harsh racing and a lot of competition, but let's try and look at the replay of what happened here in this situation. So he ran wide, trying to avoid being hit by the GT3 behind, and oh, I think he ran himself into another GT4. Was a little bit too tight into the corner, run wide and clipped another car. Has more drama is happening on the racetrack, and I'm currently a little bit lost to what we should look at. Is it the scenario of the racers, or should we concentrate on all the accidents happening on the track? I'm already hoping for some calmer racing state.
Maybe some better racing as well. Now a lot of the racing is just cars driving into each other, and that's really unfortunate. And making silly mistakes as well. So this is not what we want to see. We want to see good racing action. See if we get any more of that as we continue on with this race. Spon still behind Nani, though. Considering that they're from the same team, I'm surprised there wasn't an order to switch.
This is a replay of Daryl Hansford. Looks like he was running on his own and made a mistake and dropped quite a handful of places. Oh, a little bit too tight and lost the back end completely. What an interesting mistake seeing from the driver. Just losing the traction on the rears and let's say calling it the day.
Really, the amateurish spin even. Interesting mistakes the drivers are making. This is something we normally expect to see in hour 2 of the race. Sorry, in 2 hours to go in the race, not in 20 minutes run in the race. Normally you have your best drivers in. And Kalnin's this...
Yep, into the pit lane. I think there was another...
yeah, stop and go to the second.
Yep. Yep, actually, yep, that's a stop and go 10 seconds penalty. You're totally correct on this one. That's our GT4 class leader. That's Jan Nimtz. Already 12 seconds ahead of Ilmas. Also being showing another dominant performance. Look, we only completed 19 minutes of this race so far as Jan Nimtz needs to deal with the traffic. There was contact. Oh, that was definitely unnecessary for the GT4 class leader as he gained on a lapped GT4 car. Both of the cars didn't fit on the track. Now, when you're being overtaken by your class leader, I think you should be a little bit more cautious. Look at that Porsche. It actually is unable to find grip on the racetrack. That's Ian Hart, who has just hit the wall as the leaders are coming by of the GT3 class. Thankfully, no more accidents here taking part on the racetrack. But Ian Hart, well, he made a very huge mistake. This is a replay of what happened between Ian Hart and Jan Nimtz. Jan being much, much faster. He just hoped to go and sail through. No, that's actually already after that incident.
That's completely self-made. I mean, it went right off the track.
So Jan Nimtz lost a little bit of that lead, so he lost roughly 6 seconds in that accident. This is still pretty okay, having in consideration how fast he was able to build out that gap. Main question is the car okay? Can they drive at the desired pace, as here are the GT3 class leader?
Off, I'm seeing in the middle of the circuit. That puts Kristolitis up into 13th for the Beaver Grease Racing team.
Oh, again, Pedrazini was
5 positions up right now.
Wow, so much more action on the racetrack that we have expected, and all the action is actually the mistake that the drivers are facing already. 21 minutes into the race, it's not a start for an event like this one would hope for. Maybe they took it a little bit too seriously. We've seen how everyone was willing to gain some positions, and it just simply looks they put that right foot to the floor a little bit too much at this stage of this race. And all these mistakes are basically unavoidable now. Hopefully they will find the rhythm and calm down a little bit, well, to have at least a 1 hour calm stint to try and figure out what the race is gonna look like for the remaining 11 and a half hours for all the teams, as Dominykas Seičinas still battles with Vaškevičius here for P3. And it looks a little bit more calm. Dominykas Vaškevičius is able to close down that gap a little bit. Then Seičinas builds it up again, as both of the drivers need to work through the traffic. Vaškevičius bails out of the move just before the Variante Alta chicane. Understood that it's a little bit too risky to try and overtake the car, being a little bit too far behind for that move to be completed, and continues his race here now on. 23 minutes already, traffic in consideration, plenty of contacts. What else can we expect in the nearest future? I'm still basically lost at which team is currently looking at what position. Well, what we know now for sure is that International Racing Team and IRT number 2 teams are battling for the win. Transport Engineering by Vilnius Tech and IRT number 3 team are battling for P3 so far, as GT Panama sits tightly in P5 in the GT3 class. Shonglag Racing ahead of Aeronautica Sim Racing in the GT4s, as AOR Racing Team is fighting DAMS GT4 and SB Shizokor Racing. That's your top 5s in both classes, as we look at Ivan Bertek Grigas. Krikštolaitis.
Krikštolaitis involved in something. He wasn't involved in the contact. I was watching this on my screen. Yuknevich is getting past, and Krikštolaitis again. Now he's had this time he's had contact for sure.
I'm speechless.
And,
I'm actually speechless.
oh, this is
Oh,
going to
this
be
is
bad.
unsafe
Oh,
result.
wow.
Wow, definitely an unsafe.
Rejoin. The result was definitely unsafe as well, but the rejoin was unsafe.
Yep. So this is a replay. So he went off the racetrack. I think he was battling with a GT4 Aston Martin. So maybe they didn't fit on the racetrack, and this is already the consequence. He clipped the gravel. The wheel pointed forwards and right into the way of another GT3 car, and this is Krikštolaitis, currently running 16th from the Beaver Grease Racing team. So lost 3 places in that lap through those incidents, but the biggest issue for them is the car and how badly damaged it is. Spon and Nani already battling, and well, this is basically 2 cars from the same team, International Racing Team versus International Racing Team number 2. So I'm not sure if they are having some sort of communication between each other. And are they looking back? It's nope. Okay, backing out. Daniel Spon. I wonder, will they take some strategic moves to try and hold positions? Maybe it's still quite early in the race.
Here, it does look like Spon behind is running quicker. So I don't really see a point of saying hold position. I would say switch positions. Spon is definitely running quicker. That's what it looks like right now. He's looking a little bit more comfortable. So why not just switch the cars and continue on your way? I think for Spon, it's difficult. He doesn't want to make any crazy move. He often doesn't even get actually close enough to make a move, which is, again, interesting.
Yep, remember, these both cars belong to one team, and well, they have the ability to take some decisions, but I'm with you here. If Daniel Spon has some sort of a base advantage right now, wow, Dream to Drive just donated €100 to this cause that we are having this race. So nice to see people interacting, not only by watching the drama evolving around the track, but also taking participation in different ways.
And Nani's going to get held up now. He's got a GT4 right in front of him. And maybe not held up as much as I thought he'd be. This could be a chance if Spon really wants to try. Nope, again, has to stay behind.
Oh, Nani runs a little bit wide. He will not have a great exit. It's not too bad, but still Spon has a slightly better exit. I'm pretty interested to see how this will pan out.
Inside, he's gonna try it. Nani opens it up, but actually continues to fight him. This is good viewing for us, I'm sure.
And there is your answer. No team communication.
That way.
Yep, no strategy. No places shared here. Everyone wants to take the win, and it doesn't matter if these guys run for the same team. 3 cars on the racetrack, at least 3 cars on the racetrack in the GT3 class.
Oh. 2 cars in front, doing rallycross, but these 2 continue to run normally. Well, that helps. Maybe that helps Nani. Oh, Spon trying to show his nose to the inside. Unfortunately for Spon, unfortunately for Nani, that GT4 let him go. Onto the brakes a little bit wider from Nani once again. Looks like he doesn't have the grip that he might want to have here. As we still look from the back of Nani. It looks like he's just a little bit off everywhere. All of the apexes, it looks like he's a little bit further away. Maybe the Aston Martin can't take as much curb as the Ford can, but even with being a little bit away, he's still going quicker than his teammate, the GT4. Thought he had an issue on the inside there. Nope, he just let everybody through.
Yep, they just want to have a safe race. So far, we've seen plenty of contacts, plenty of drama on the racetrack, so drivers are aware of that and they want to avoid these unnecessary mistakes. As Gediminas Krištolaitis, he just overtook Grigas for P15. Remember, Krištolaitis made that big mistake a couple of laps ago, and he's trying to recover now from those issues. He's currently 0.3 of a second ahead of Grigas and 2 seconds behind Rivas, and the battle is still far from over. Grigas is kind of showing the interest in the 15th position that he was currently at, but it looks like Krištolaitis will shortly find a clean space on the track as Grigas runs a little bit wide on the exit of Aqua Minerali corner, and that allowed Krištolaitis or released Krištolaitis into some fresh air, as Krištolaitis has the pace against Rivas and Canada's. This is a battle for P13. Krištolaitis will be very happy about it as he runs, closes down that gap dramatically in the final corners and should be already able to fight his rivals as there's more battles on the racetrack. That's Tomola and Velagic battling for P8. Oh, what a move. It was tight and a little bit of rubbing and scrubbing. That's actually Velagic being able to stay in front of Tomola. BMW versus McLaren, a very classic battle on the Italian tarmac.
And if we have a look at the leaders now, 1 and 2 side by side heading down into turn 1. Spohn is going to be on the outside, Nani on the inside, defends it once again. Again, GT4 traffic coming up in front. Now is a chance for Spohn, but he stayed behind Nani and lost the opportunity to get that run on the exit. Oh, and a little bit wide there again. He had a chance. He could have just dropped back a little bit and had that great exit. Didn't happen. Once again, stays behind, can't move forward. I mean, he'll have to think of something. If the team isn't willing to switch, then I think he's gonna have to make a decision here to maybe pit a lap early, have less fuel to put in the car. I don't know. But at the moment, he's extremely stuck behind his teammate. And he's actually dropped back now on this lap, so maybe also overheating the fronts, overheating the tires, maybe even overheating the engine as well. Tomola and Velagic, and Tomola gets the position.
Yeah, finally made it through into P8, and Krištolaitis, looking at Krištolaitis, he's now in 15th position as, Velagic runs wide and loses the position to Emmanuel Lopez here. So unexpected mistakes taking place so early in the race. So scrappy. Looking at those corners, Velagic completely lost his pace here now. Runs back on the track right in front of a couple of GT3s that I think are one lap down. This is the Dream to Drive car, definitely running behind Velagic, but trying to figure out what position they are currently at. That's Tadas Juknavicius. They are running 25th. One lap behind, and they definitely want the position. They the position now. They have the pace. Let's take a quick look at how these drivers will fit on the racetrack. no problems here, and thankfully more contacts have been avoided, as the Dream to Drive guys are being released to try and chase down for a better position in this race. But so far it doesn't look too good for the team who initially had a very nice plan to try and start the race from the back of the pack and climb up the ladder through the grid, and it didn't work out. It's always risky to start in races like these that are tightly packed with a lot of cars. You definitely need to safely weigh the consequences that you might face while trying to gain those places. Oh, this is tight while overtaking a GT4 car. That's Poerio. I think he just lost the position to Elisiev. And I think we have a very nicely mixed pack at this moment, with faster cars being in lower positions due to the mistakes that they made earlier on. And now it's gonna be a race for some of the cars to try and recover the lost places, and for the others to try and hold on to the places that they have received due to the mistakes that their faster rivals have made at the opening hour of this race. That's the GT4 class drivers. Nika Kobosnidze, he's desperately trying to chase down Adnan Halavac for P3. It's AOR Racing Team versus Dams GT4. As you can see, Halavac has been just overtaken by a GT3 car, and they lost a little bit more time than they would have liked to. I'm pretty sure about that. And it's a battle for the last podium place. Look at Nika Kobosnidze. He tries to use that situation with the faster GT3 cars surrounding them, and tries to kind of keep up and be there in case another GT3 car comes to have at least a look into one part of an opening corner to try and gain that place. On board with Nika Kobosnidze versus Adnan Halavac. Their previous laps compared on your screens. Look how much did Halavac lose in the middle sector. 1.5 seconds, as we are still being greeted by the GT3 field.
Well, it's never gonna stop now. They're always gonna be in traffic. Everybody's always gonna be in traffic.
Yep, it's a 5-kilometer long circuit with 19 corners in total. It's a relatively narrow track. That's why we see so many accidents. It's not the widest track you can see on your schedule, as Halavac makes more mistakes and they are forced to run side by side. Approaching Variante Alta chicane, Halavac tries to stay in front. Kobosnidze knows that he needs to avoid unnecessary actions. This is the battle for P3, the final podium place. And both of the drivers are already roughly 20 seconds behind P2 and 45 seconds behind P1. So that battle is gone already, unless the guys in front will face issues, as Halavac plants one wheel into the gravel, still tries to stay in front of Kobosnidze. And to his own excitement, Kobosnidze is pretty aware of what's happening around, not taking risky moves, and thankfully we can avoid those crashes or silly mistakes, as we've already witnessed in this race so far. Plenty of accidents, plenty of contacts, and a lot of work for live race control. A lot of warnings, a lot of no further actions, and a couple of drive-through penalties combined with stop-and-go 10-second penalties. As is that Daniel Spon battling these GT4s? Kobosnidze having a look into the inside, still not happening. Yep, that is Daniel Spon.
Yeah, he lost a bit of time. I was watching him. He lost a bit of time in traffic earlier. He was unfortunately stuck behind through the Alta chicane. and yep, that's where he lost the time. So he kind of, he either needed to make the move on Nani, since he didn't. Now he pays the price of losing time.
Yep, maybe he created a little bit of distance for himself to cool off and try to figure out what the strategy for the race
he
is.
got stuck in traffic. I saw the incident there. Not the incident, but I saw him getting stuck in traffic. He didn't do it on purpose, definitely, but it was just unlucky where he got into the traffic. But that's why it's important to make moves and make them aggressively, especially if your teammate decides to not let you through.
Well, this is a battle for the win, and both of the GT3 class leaders are already way into the distance. 18, well, it's 20 seconds gap between Nani and Dominika Seichinas, so they have the full track for themselves to battle it out using that traffic and whatever they want, but everyone wants to be ahead of this field, and Chrissy Nani currently doing a brilliant job of keeping up the lead for himself. We've seen Daniel Spohn being faster at some parts of the racetrack, but Nani doing a very, very nice job so far. Interestingly, the McLaren that Nani is the Aston Martin that Nani currently drives looked a little bit faster on the opening stages of this race than the Mustang GT3, but as we were roughly 20 minutes or 10 minutes into the race, it looked like the GT3 Ford has found a little bit better confidence. Maybe they can allow themselves to clip those curbs a little bit harshly, and it looks like that opened up a slightly better pace for them so far, but being second and being stuck behind a very fast car, it's still only a half of the job. To be just a tiny bit faster, you need to make that move to be able to use the speed to your own advantage. Pedrazzini and I think both of the drivers are in some sort of a accident. This is Pix and Pedrazzini is only now back on the racetrack. I believe that these two drivers had a contact. Let's try and look at the replay. This is Pedrazzini and is right behind him, approaching the final two corners. Having a look inside, Pedrazzini runs wide, plants the wheel into the gravel, still try to fit onto the track on the final corner, and was that Chrissy Nani? I think we have two identical international racing team Aston Martins.
Nani's doing fine. Vaškevičius is behind this.
That must have been Vaškevičius, who was luckily avoiding those two spinning GT3s right in front of him as he tries to deal with traffic. And again, he was clipped. He was clipped by the GT4. Vaškevičius losing the back end of his car, and you can get easily distracted. You were doing your job. He was 1.8 seconds behind Seichinas, and it looked like a very nice battle between these two teams. Vilnius Tech Racing and International Racing number 3 teams, but now Vaškevičius has dropped more seconds behind, 1.8 seconds up to 6 seconds, and he still needs to clear that GT4 out of his way with not those very nice flashbacks. And look, the GT4 kind of tries to show that he's not happy of what happened in the previous corner. Should it be, I'm not sure which car it was, but let's try and take a look at what happened here. So Vaškevičius coming way from behind on that slower car through the SS. It's still fine by now, choosing a very interesting part of the track to make that move, but actually it was all on the GT4 car. I'm not sure what he's unhappy about, but he just, well, he had to leave a little bit of room for the GT3 car, which was already alongside. And he just clipped the back of that one of the GT3 class leaders. Wow, that's Martin Kraul jumping back onto the racetrack like a kangaroo, actually, clipping that curb and sending that Aston Martin into a jumping phase as he gets back on the racetrack in front of the GT4 car's traffic. P13 now for Kral. This is a very scrappy opening hour of the 12 hours event. As little by little it looks like we are starting to split the gaps between the cars to slightly bigger ones. So the biggest consideration for all the teams is the traffic right now, which is tremendous. You have to be cautious on every corner, almost on every part of the racetrack. Look, as Gustav says, it's going to be a never-ending story right now from this part on, as we have 49 cars in total on the field. So it looks like everyone was able to get back on the track, as we had a couple of cars missing in the qualifying session, I believe, or maybe just before the start. Remember, we had a couple of cars in the pit lane as the warm-up lap was taking place. But we still have 49 cars on the racetrack, and that's why we see these plenty of action, plenty of mistakes and some miscommunication causing some incidents and crashes and lost time on places where the drivers should stay safe. As Nani deals with the traffic, Daniel Spon will be presented with these two GT4s for himself. Oh, that's actually a GT3 versus a GT4, a slower Ferrari right in front of Daniel Spon. Well, you do not want to run into a slower GT3 car, identical machinery that you're driving, but just slightly slower on pace. You always kind of have to be more aware than you gain on GT4s. Tomola having a moment, sending the car off the racetrack, and he's still running 8th. That allow
everybody had a moment.
Yep.
Everybody around is having. You have to have less moments than the people around you, and yeah, considering he's running 8th after we've seen him off the track, probably 3 or 4 times. Wow. Okay.
A small drift session and a course on the off track, but he managed to get back on the racetrack. Didn't lose too much, didn't hit anything, so the car should be still in one piece as they gain on a GT4 car. Always have to be cautious. Well, this is a very difficult task for the drivers, and I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna be very exhausted after they finish their foreseen stints. No time to relax, no time to kind of think through what's happening on the racetrack. You always have to be ready, because you always keep just running into traffic. It should become second nature for the drivers.
I'm gonna predict that Jan Nims, or whoever wins the GT4 class, Jan Nims leading by 20 seconds at the moment, is gonna be in the top 15 at the checkered flag. With how the race is going so far, unless it really calms down, if this continues, we'll see a GT4 car in the top 15.
This is a nice prediction as we look at Tadas Juknavicius. Antonis Kapetis is also having a moment. That's Tadas Juknavicius who set the fastest lap time the last time he crossed the line. Look at Kapetis running off the racetrack, facing some issues, and Tadas Juknavicius managed to put in a very fast lap while dealing with the traffic. Well, maybe he had a clearer track for him for a little while.
Last lap of the race was a little bit earlier ago. His last lap 42.4. His fastest lap
right.
41.5. That was a while ago.
Yep, I was looking just at the result of the fastest lap time. Didn't notice that this was by the side of the last lap. as traffic plays another role in this battle for the lead. Daniel Spohn managed to cut a little bit of the advantage that Nani had. It was roughly 2 seconds. It's now down to 1 second. And this is a chance for Daniel Spohn to kind of try to make that pass work again. 11 minutes till the 1 hour mark well passed. Remember, the drivers have a maximum amount of drive of stint time set to 65 minutes. And this is basically around the full tank of fuel that the GT3 cars can do. So that means we are approaching the first wave of planned pit stops, and there might be a chance they might figure out something if they want to take that position, the leading position for themselves. This is the IR2 number 2 car, as Daniel Spohn lines himself right behind Chris Inani as they run into a slower GT3 car traffic. This is going to be close. Everyone needs to stay cautious. What we've seen evolving so far with all these accidents and all these incidents, you have to be prepared.
Pretty wide down the straightaway, and I think Daniel Spohn might have just gotten the lead. They're going to go in side by side. Looks like that Aston Martin just drags back down the front straight away, but now Spohn can be aggressive here. Nani over the sausage curves, and Daniel Spohn leads for International Racing Team. The team is the same, different car, and now it's a lead for the Mustang. Mustang GT3 leads ahead of Aston Martin. Oh, and there's another, that's an Aston Martin in the wall. That's the Kral returning from the wall. And Daniel Spohn on your screen. We'll see how fast he can actually go now that he's been released and now that he's running alone at the front. Was he actually that much quicker that he really needed to be at the front of the field? Remember, stint time for these guys is I think it's an hour 10, right? Or is it an hour 5?
1 hour and 5, that's 65 minutes.
So he's gonna come to his, both of them are gonna come to the end of their stint in about 10 minutes time.
If they decide to go full in, you know, sometimes, well, they can figure out some maybe slightly outing strategy if they need to. Whoa, what was the pace difference here? It sent Chris Inani almost off the racetrack. It was, what? Where's the difference coming from? What's happening with Daniel Spohn? Why he's slowing down so much? Or is Chris Inani not aware of traffic?
That's what it looked like to me, that Nani had a big advantage down the straight. I mean, not an advantage, but he was running quicker for sure, because he really struggled to get up to the... Spohn really struggled to get up to the back of him.
Wow, this just proves that it's far from over.
Has an advantage.
Yeah, but still,
But
kind of...
The team needs to make a decision here and say, look, let's give Daniel a chance to run at the front. If he can't get away, swap back, because they're getting closer and closer to having an incident.
Yes, they are, and as soon as Daniel Spohn get out in front, it looks like he's not holding the wheel as he was holding it nicely as he was running behind Nani. Right now, it looks like Spohn is kind of facing issues and doing mistakes, finally managing to go through nicely Variante Alta chicane and giving him at least some sort of breathing room, and he needs to build at least a 1 second gap to be able to look in front and not into the rear view mirror. Maybe he's just looking into what's happening behind him a little bit too much, as a GT4 car, I believe, is heading straight into the pit lane. We are still yet to hit that 1 hour mark, and where we expect those pit stops. start to flow in. And maybe some driver changes also. Remember, Chris Inani took over the wheel from Miguel Silverio, and I believe Miguel Silverio was the driver who set the fastest lap time in the qualifying session. So remember, it always changes after the pit stops and the driver changes. The dynamics of the race takes other part when, as soon as we see other names driving the same cars, story and scenario might drastically change. So this is another thing to figure out during this race, which team has the strongest team combination, the combination of the drivers. And still Spawn makes those mistakes. He had almost a second lead at the beginning of this lap. Now he's kind of losing it from time to time, forcing Chris Inani to back out of it slightly. Maybe it's caused by the different configurations of the cars. They are the same class but different manufacturers, so they are stronger in one places but might be slightly weaker on others. So maybe when the two different manufacturers run so close to each other, sometimes it's really difficult to fit on that track and be precise. Remember, Nani was always leading this race. This is the second or the third lap for him as he runs behind this Ford Mustang GT3. He needs to figure out the differences that these cars have on different parts of the racetrack. Maybe that's the cause of the slightly jaggerish race between these two leaders, as there's another battle building up between Vaškevičius and H&S. Look how close these two cars are. Quite recently, it was 6 seconds gap between H&S and Vaškevičius, as Vaškevičius was clipped by the GT4 car. Look at the pace that Vaškevičius has right before they will be forced to enter the pit lane for the mandatory pit stops, and he's already trying to line out side by side.
Contact, and that's not gonna fly.
No, this is an off-track overtake. He's giving room. He understands that the drivers know the rules.
Back. Yep, it looked like he just planted the foot. Probably did the smart thing to not lose as much time, and then let H&S go back in front. But another never-ending battle here.
I think the BMW ate up the tires. I think they're struggling on grip. That's why Vaškevičius is that much faster and will try.
No, well, there was clearly a lot of traffic. I don't think there's that big of a pace difference. H&S lost 2 seconds last lap. That's traffic.
Yep, and hitting traffic again. This isn't that Jan Nims in front?
No, that is an Aston Martin. Nims is in a McLaren.
Oh yeah, yep, exactly.
Nims is actually on the exact opposite side of the circuit.
Okay, so still have to look at. Oh, we looked at the GT4s a little bit too. We spent a little bit too less time while looking at the GT4 cars to try and figure out what liveries each driver is wearing. And yep, you are completely correct. Jan Nims is in a different manufacturer car, and he's safely leading the race. 27 seconds.
What happens here now? So big difference again in speed. I'm trying to look at both of their speed traps. Very, very big difference at the end of the straight. It looks like by the end of the straight, there's just a little bit of an extra kick from the Aston Martin. Looks like it's working well, considering the length of the straight here at Imola. Looks like once they go under at the bridge there, looks like the Aston just gets a little boost, maybe boost pressure coming in a little bit earlier on that car. And both of the Aston Martins really able to get a lot of pace there and gain ground or able to defend. First time in the top 20 since, since the start of the race, really. Tadas Navic back into the top 20. Welcome back. He is a lap down on the race lead. And a lap and 30 seconds down on the race leader. So we'll see where he can gain. And actually, how this guy is now running behind. Actually, the Minnesota is down by 3 laps to the loop, or is it even 4?
Oh,
Down
and
into the pit
Vaškevič is
road
into the pit lane. The first pit
early,
stops.
6 minutes early. That is interesting. So thinks that maybe going in early, less fuel, they might be able to jump a position. But this is all going to depend on how they get the traffic now. Now it's just still standing. Car is not going up on the jack. Nani making contact with one of the GT4s. Mishkevich is still stationary. And now drops down. The car drops, but we'll see if this is a new set of tires for him. So he's actually going to get lapped now on the exit. Here we go. The leaders go past him as he just now exits the pit lane. And I'm not sure how correct my screen is, but at least my screen is showing that he did not change tires. We'll see what the rest decide to do. It does make sense for HLS to continue now, run to the very, very end of his time. We'll see what Gavin can do. But he's in a little bit of traffic that I'm watching now. Oerio and Dominguez in at the same time. No strategy split from those. One crosses the line, but I think it will be one more to go for the two leaders. Nani, I would say he has to come in now and try to go do an undercut, maybe put a little bit less fuel to put in to the Aston Martin if he wants to get back into the lead. But they both stay out, so same strategy for both cars. Valerio Lopez in as well. Dominguez. All right. This now up to 16th. Oh, yeah, Nims also has already made a stop. So another early one. HNS down onto pit road. Didn't take the risk of one more lap. Well, there wasn't really a risk, but didn't take another lap. Elisev as well. So everybody coming in. These speakers still out on track, so gaining an advantage. Others now it's up to 12 now. He's obviously he pitted a little bit earlier.
Yep, they pitted 6 minutes into the
already,
race.
so they'll have an extra 6 minutes or so to run. Car 50, stop and go, 30 seconds for causing an incident. That is in Hart at the back of the field. So that penalty, well, isn't going to make him lose a position, but isn't going to help in his race. Be very interested to see. Spon, I'm going to guess, is going to come in at the end. Yep, they don't have any other choice. He is going to come in at the end of this lap, and Nani as well. So Interesting.
Yep, they...
Interesting to run the exact same strategy.
Well, it's still opening laps, you know, just still the first hour. You can try and still hold on to your initial strategy, not looking at your rivals and creating unnecessary battles and maybe causing issues by the end of this race. If everything runs smooth and as planned, I'm pretty sure it's still okay to hold on to your initial strategy and leave out to the battles.
Just quickly, Vashkavich is out onto the track, 11 seconds behind H&S.
Yep, because their pit stop was 13 seconds longer than the pit stop of H&S, so maybe they had some issue, some damage that they needed to fix, and it wasn't on the car of H&S. Remember, they had a couple of contacts. Maybe it was something that needed to be fixed to not overheat the engine, or maybe some similar actions had to be taken, but the pit stop itself, it was 13 seconds longer. Yep, so the next car to pit is gonna be...
so Silverio out in the number 2 machine, Schwon out in the number 3 car. Again, another big difference. 3 seconds saved in the pit stop by Schwon. Fastest pit stop out of anyone, 1 minute 14 for Schwon. Interesting.
Tadas Juknevich is up to P8 already, but they will have to go into the pit lane, well, most probably not by the end of this lap, but by the end of the next or even the next lap. So they have 5 minutes on the clock of stint time remaining for them. Currently, looks like to be a very nice recovery drive. Remember, Tadas Juknevich was at least at one moment the fastest car on the racetrack, and this is the team, this is the car, even though we faced issues to look at, and they might find themselves battling for maybe top 3 places. Well, maybe not for the win of this race, it doesn't look like it so far, but they are still kind of in the mix. Well, they will lose a lot of time with that pit stop, but they are constantly gaining, and up until now they are doing a decent job. So it's a shame that they had that contact early in the race, and they had quite a heavy damage with from the contact with the barriers. But this is a team that is still motivated to stay on the racetrack and perform here quite nicely. Looking at the time of the pit stops, the time that the cars needed to stay stationary in the pit lane, the longest it took to get back running was for car number 5 that is currently driven by Vashkavicius, the International Racing Team number 3 car. That's why they lost that much time to the lead of H&S. Wow, it's dropped down. It's now 4 seconds. So H&S, the last lap by him was 1 minute 47.
Yep, not seeing any damage. Let me go through the timing logs, but not really seeing anything. Car number 5, not really seeing any contact or.
Oh no, Eugene!
I think that might be a driver change in that number 4 car, because that is the Vilnius Tech team. We've seen them run a couple of times, and sometimes they have faster and slower drivers, but the driver name doesn't change since they're sharing a simulator.
That's the replay of Eugene. Oh, that's...
Oh, well, he just ran into the GT4.
not slowing down enough. What is happening? Dominika Sloškevičius is already all over the back of Dominika Seičinas. I believe the Vilnius Tech Racing team are all, again, they are sharing one rig. And even though we see the same name driving the car, that might have been a driver's change.
Position switch, yep.
It didn't take long to shave off those 11 seconds lead of that BMW car number 4. And that's going to be a very difficult race for Vilnius Tech Engineering race team. But this is a team race. They have to share the car and allow other drivers to drive. But as mentioned before, it's always the ideal scenario to pick up the team of similarly paced drivers. But it's not always the case and not always possible. But it looks like that currently the driver behind the BMW, he's a little bit slower, well, slightly slower than the driver before. And his main mission now is going to be stay cautious in this very dramatic and chaotic race. Sloškevičius, did he run into the back of that Ferrari? It looked close, but I didn't catch up. Maybe there was no contact between them. I think it was not. The Ferrari kind of went off the racetrack. And Sloškevičius.
I'm gonna have a look. That was the 5 machine. I might be able to get a replay for that. Oh, yep, he definitely ran into the Ferrari. He definitely had contact, just drove into the back of him. So again, we're seeing these incidents where it's quite silly incidents, really. I mean, to just drive into the back of someone, yeah, I don't know.
Looking at the time, at the sheet of the race control, it looks like it's gonna be no further action as Juknevičius gets back on the track in P14 after they take their first mandatory pit stop, but second pit stop overall in this race so far. They had to go into the pit lane slightly earlier. And let's try to catch up. Yep, this is the replay between Sloškevičius and Tvuhi. This should be the replay. Yep. Oh, I just think Tvuhi, he slammed the brakes. That's I think Tvuhi slowed down to let Sloškevičius through. And Sloškevičius had nowhere to go. Well, at least that's what it looked to me from the outside angle. And I see there is no further action. I see there is no further action, and 21 is considered to be at fault, at least at the penalty sheet. As I think Tvuhi is facing more issues. Tvuhi looks lost a little bit on this racetrack. He just tries to give way for the oncoming traffic, not so much successfully. This looks really, really strange how the car reacts or is being driven on the racetrack. What happened here? This is another replay of Tvuhi. He might made a mistake on himself. Yep, outbraking himself, running a little bit tighter line and spins off the racetrack right at the Aqua Minerale corner. So driver changes might bring the cars and the teams into very uncomfortable situations as Grantas Karetkas moves up another spot. This is the Dream to Drive team. Car number 1, car considered to be the favorites of this race. They decided to take the start from the final positions, at least to what I understand was the case. I'm not sure if they ran the qualifying session.
Which car?
The car number 1, Dream to Drive. They did a couple of
ran,
laps, but it was very
I think
slow laps.
They did it on purpose to start from the back.
Yep, and now they are paying the price. They're definitely enjoying this race. They are up to P13, 5 seconds behind P12, which belongs to Ivan Brtek Grigas. This is the Dams Aston team, car number 26. They are being chased down now by the so far fastest car on the racetrack, as Grantas Kareckas sets the fastest lap time of this second stint so far. 1 minute 41.8, and he's 3/10 of the fastest lap time set by Tadas Juknavicius on the opening stages of this race so far. So they are definitely moving up the order, and they will definitely be looking not only at a top 10 finish. I'm pretty sure they will be able to gain a little bit more places, and well, maybe a top 5 is on the horizon if they continue this pace that they currently have. And look, another Ford Mustang looking strong. Currently this race is being led by a Ford Mustang, and maybe this is the car of the Imola. The best choice. The teams can make this is tight, but this is Grantas Kareckas behind the wheel, and he's just showing the masterclass of how one needs to be fast while still dealing with the traffic. Wow, this is close, this is risky. Igor Ivanov, look, Vilnius Tech Racing Team. Looks like they are going to lose another place. This is the Honda, being way faster than the BMW as they run through the traffic. 3 wide at one part of the racetrack. Luckily, these cars produce different speeds, and it wasn't taking too long to run down the straight while being 4 wide. Ivanov tries to figure out if he wants to make that move or if he wants to stay behind, and a little bit of miscommunication. A small contact between these two cars, car number 4 and car number 6. That's RL Shizokor Duo Racing Team versus Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, as one GT4 is running off the track. And
off the road. Kareckas is making a move on Bertek Grigas and gets a duck. Actually, he lifted off. Let him through pretty much. So Kareckas, another one up. P12 and well, 11 more to go.
Last lap of Dominika Sečnas was a 1 minute 45.0, and the lap of Igor Ivanov was 1 minute 42.9, as they still have to deal with the traffic. And the BMW, it doesn't look too bad on the racetrack, and the driver makes quite good decisions while dealing with the slower cars. Still doesn't seem to have the pace that his teammate had before. But they need to settle down now. They have 23 seconds advantage against Rami Dominguez, the GT Panama team. They have to figure out their place, their position on the racetrack at this moment. Well, currently they are in P5. Look, one full lap, and the driver of car number 4 still is able to hold on to that Honda, which seemed way faster 1 lap behind. This time, well, they lost 1 second now. During the course of 1 lap. This is gonna be a 146.5 versus 1 minute 47. Both of the cars losing a dramatic amount of times, while not only battling each other at the opening corners of the previous lap, but also dealing with the traffic, hitting the curb so hard. I think the BMW is a little bit more easier on the curbs, as a 1GT4 car was off the track and is out of the race. Someone had issues as Grantas Kareskas moves up another spot, up to P11 already. This car is flying around the racetrack, 1 minute 41.1. Wow, the previous lap time of Grantas Kareskas was the fastest lap time of the race so far by 4/10 faster than his teammate. Is this the black knight of this race? Well, the yellow knight to be more exact, but they are just cruising through the field up to P11. They have already 2 stops to their account. They had damage to the car, but that's not stopping the drivers of being fast and being competitive here. Trying to figure out the difference, the gap between P11 and P1 now. That should be 1 full lap. They are 1 lap behind Daniel Spon at this moment, but their previous lap was 3 seconds faster than the lap of the leaders. Well, actually, the leaders had some sort of issues with traffic because their previous lap was pretty much very slow. Green tracks being waved by the marshals. We have a car that is stopped on the track. This is a GT4 car, number 44. Racing for fun. Oh, right. They had a moment. Can we catch up with what's happened? Running on themselves. In the Aston Martin.
More contact in turn 1. Ian Hart, I was just watching him for a second. More contact in turn 1. Another car off picks off into the wall down at turn 1. So,
oh, the badly damaged front. This is the replay.
The number 50 Porsche Cayman. Really causing a lot of chaos. Cars going off, and still looking at the 50 Porsche Cayman. Just had contact.
Big Sab was clipped by a returning to the racetrack GT4 car. So, wow,
yep, that's the number 50 car, which has had quite a few penalties already. It just had contact with Gediminas Krikštolaitis as well. I'm sure the stewards will have a look at that car.
This is a battle for P17. 3 cars being running quite close to each other. Only 6 tenths separating 2 cars from each other. Let's ride on board with Michal Metzger as he's being chased down by Bernie Pedrazzini and Leandro Amaral. Into turn 1, trying to go around the outside for the BMW as the Ferrari clips the curves and jumps around the corners. Still stays on the racetrack. He will not have a very nice exit. This is not a very comfortable place on the track to make that move, but it's possible. The BMW is much softer. Through the curves there was a contact between the BMW and the Ferrari that sent Amaral onto the off-road into the gravel. Already lost 2 seconds, and another contact for race stewards to have a look at. Should be forcing another driver of the racetrack. Still getting the chance to calm down now, having a bit of breathing room just to deal with the traffic. Amaral will try his best to try and gain on the 2 GT3s in front and continue their battles on the racetrack. This is harsh. Oh, running a little bit slow as they ran into a GT4 car. This is another chance for Amaral to try and take those spots as the Porsche, that's Metzger, into the barriers of the racetrack. Standing sideways as Twu here was also off the track.
Yep, We in a lot of damage. Actually, I'm watching him right now. Car is pretty much destroyed. It's not going straight. This is a replay. Movement.
Wow!
Wow.
The first contact. Oh, that's crappy. And it looks like the
Oh.
Porsche took out itself. Well, the
Yep.
car was right beside him and he just cut it off. And, well, didn't go as planned. The car didn't go
Well, he
forward.
tried to cut it off, but not gonna happen.
It will not work when you try to cut off a car which is running sideways. It's already too late to do that move, and usually it ends up at least with one car being into the barriers. That's Tui. As Gustas mentioned, it's not running straight. It's trying to climb back into the pit lane. Hopefully it will not cause more issues. We've seen one of the leading cars overtaking this Ferrari, and that's going to be a very harsh work for the mechanics. Good news for the drivers, for the teams. The ACC platform, well, it's not famous for having those long pit stops for big repairs. What do you think? How long this pit stop gonna take for car number 21 to fix that damage and send a freshly new car onto the racetrack?
I think on ACC, it's probably a 2-minute fix. If this was a real car, they'd be packing it up back to the truck and sending it home.
Karatska's already 5.9 seconds behind P10. Car number 19, Sam Crockton. Look at the difference in pace.
Actually looking at. I'm not surprised at his difference in pace here. He's so far in this stint, he's gained about 10 seconds on the race leader. That's the important part here. He's gaining on the leader of the race.
Still one lap behind, so they have plenty of gains to do as Crockton is surrounded by the GT4s, trying to lose as least time as possible, but they already have the sense of being knocked out of top 10 runnings quite shortly, because the fastest car on track is gaining on them, and they are the next target of the Dream to Drive driver Grantas Karetskas. Car number 1 in the background. I'm pretty sure Sam Crockton is currently trying his best to nail the corners, nail the braking zones, avoid mistakes, try to deal with the traffic as best as he can to just extend it a little bit further. That loss that is ahead. Oh, cars running off track again. That's Neugene. In another Ferrari, same livery as Tui is driving. One car is already, one Ferrari with a similar livery has already been sent into the pit lane to make those fixes. Oh, as he cuts the exit of Acqua Minerali corner and slowing even more down. He's currently 9 seconds ahead of Babic, but it looks like so scrappy, so hard to look at that Ferrari try to stay on the racetrack.
By the way, right up in front is the race leader.
And behind that's Silverio behind, actually. This is Silverio.
Silverio caught up a lot, because I was looking at the race leader in phone. He had a lot of traffic. He was pushed out wide. Then Martins actually hit him on the side, didn't let him through. So looks like he's having to work for it. The outside is Font. Actually gets past Martin finally. One will have to now get past Victor in front of him as well. It's actually good for Silverio and good for Karatskas. Well, I'm already trying to look at when, best case scenario, they might meet out on the circuit for position. Yeah, that's because I think he has a chance to catch up. Right now, the gap is about 120 seconds. If he's gaining 10 seconds per half a stint, he should be fine. It looks like a very big gap to gain one and Schlebusch off the road. He was running in reverse down the hill, so I'm very interested in what exactly happened there.
Let's try and catch up with a replay. This is Schlebusch writing the story of his life. So dealing with the GT4 car.
Oh, but he did it on himself. He just hit the curb.
Yep, and the curb sent him flying. So thankfully he avoided further contacts. But
Jeez,
so Noyen is oh, Silverio having a moment. This is Silverio. This.
He had to avoid a Schlebusch who was giving his best impression of a lawnmower. But that car is still 7th.
This is a replay of what happened with Silverio taking evasive action, running close with the drivers.
Yeah, he wanted to leave space to be safe and yep, just into the gravel. No real harm done, but obviously time lost. And actually, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, because Silverio had a gap of about 5 seconds to the race leader. That gap went down to 2 seconds when the race leader was in trouble. Now it's back up to about 4. Schlebusch, well, he kind of ignored the chicane. I'm not sure that that's allowed, but if it is, well, he's done a fine job at defending that one.
And this is Neugien versus Schlebusch. And that's very good news for Karetz, because he's currently 14 seconds behind this battle, but that's gonna disappear in no time. The gap will melt down as one of the GT3s is entering the pit lane. And Noyen and Schlebusch, both drivers, we're struggling quite a bit on pace, on trying to stay on the racetrack quite recently now. Oh, and again Schlebusch hitting the gravel sideways into the first corner. Vaškevič is having a moment. This is your P3 car, and this is looking bad. This is looking bad. There's another car in the background. There was another car in the background. And that's pretty sure having very huge damage straight into the pit lane. Vaškevičius, they were on a 40-minute stint.
All of the one,
30.
The 42 car in the GT4 is being told to tow. I can see them running around very, very slowly, but still not towing. So still out on the track, not listening to race control instructions.
And this is what happened. This is what happened to Vaškevičius, running into traffic of GT4s, battling each other. Oh, he sends 2 wheels on the grass. Oh, and he was just a victim collected by the 2 GT4s, not fitting on a track. Whew, this is too much already. That allowed Asianas to get back into P4, the Vilnius Tech Engineering team, and that's gonna be a kind of equal situation with the IRT number 3 team and the Dream to Drive car. That's a nice gift for...
Drive, I think, will be in front.
Will they?
Yep, it looks like more damage on the car of Vaškevič.
Yep, actually
yep, he's gonna overtake him now. Position switch right.
No.
Surely now. So up into P9. Got this. Pretty good recovery so far.
Well, and he's only he's right within the clutches, basically of right within the back spoiler of Tyler Schlebuch. Well, he's still roughly 10 seconds behind, but that's just disappearing. Look at the pace. He's chopping off 5 seconds in the distance of 1 lap, so that's not going to take too long.
That was off into the gravel and reversing. So,
yeah, but that's still a loss, and that's still help for them. Vaškevičius is going back on the racetrack.
It's not surprising that Grantas Katskas is catching up so quickly. He's running about 2 seconds a lap quicker than everybody. A second a lap quicker than the race.
It's really risky. These two cars are battling so close with each other. As
the smart thing here, he's gonna box Nugent. Oh, I thought they were actually gonna be overtaking somebody. Nope. Nugent gets the position, and we'll see if Pablo tries to come back at him. But there's still 10.5 hours to go in this one. Do they really need to take this huge of a risk?
They don't. They basically don't. But if you feel that you're much faster than the car in front, you want to get past it as fast as you can, and it's not the easiest task to do. There's that's Babic already overtaking Schlebuch, and that's already Schlebuch in front of Grantas Katskas, 3.9 seconds separating the BMW and the Ford Mustang and the McLaren. As Schlebuch, he just almost outsmarted himself. He tried to outsmart Babic, but I think he clipped the grass slightly, sent the car sliding, and lost even more time. Now you can already see the bright yellow Dream to Drive car in the distance as Schlebuch continues to make those mistakes. It looks like the driver is kind of lost on the racetrack, lost the whole rhythm that he had. They were running 7th. They were actually running 6th after the crash of Vaškevičius, now dropping a lot of places in a course of a couple of corners. Look how fast Grantas Katskas gained on this car, so it's still struggling. Katskas up to P8, 3 seconds behind Babic. Babic is interested in the 6th position that belongs to Nugent as two identical BMWs. Well, guess who is who? It's really hard to tell when you have two black BMWs running side by side, almost like a deja vu moment here, running around the track. And here comes Grantas Katskas already lapping that black GT3. And facing no problems here. Being released and trying to chase down Babic. Babic was right on the tail of Nugent. He lost quite a lot of time in the battle with his rival. And Silverio, look at the gap between Silverio and Spon. That battle is also on. This is how you do it. Grantas Katskas just showing the masterclass so far, and they don't have the privilege to kind of relax or cruise around the circuit. They have a lot of work in their hands, but they are already up into P5. Grantas Katskas is currently on his 37th, actually 27th minute of his stint. They still have 38 minutes to remain on the racetrack and try to gain even more spots. So the next target for Grantas Katskas...
If I was his teammate, I'd just say, you continue.
Okay, but...
for the next 10 hours, keep Grantas Katskas in this.
Yeah. That's a nice, that would be a nice strategic call, but well, the next car, as soon as Grantas Katskas will overtake Nugent, that's gonna be a very, very deep spot opening up for him, because there's 35 seconds gap between the car in front and him, as soon as he will overtake Nugent, and I don't doubt not one short moment that that's gonna happen. at least, well, maybe in during this lap or maybe during the next one. Look at how fast Grantas Kareckas chases down on that Ferrari. Neugien was struggling a little bit, but he managed to pick up himself, find the pace, avoid those mistakes. He stays now on the track for at least third lap in a row. Oh, Grantas Kareckas, he doesn't want to wait any minute. As soon as he thought he saw the gap, remember, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver, and Grantas Kareckas, he's definitely on this racetrack with that exact thought in his mind, and he only proves that with his actions on the racetrack. Neugien tries to figure out what he needs to do with the GT4 car and almost shuts the door on the car of Grantas Kareckas. He's just showing that he's not gonna give up this one without a fight, even though he's much, much slower, and it's not necessary. Look how smart Grantas Kareckas tried to be, and it was a little bit too smart. Yeah, I think... Okay, so I think... well, there's gonna be a decision needed to be taken here, but what I think Grantas Kareckas would have done, just wait out a little bit more. You could sense that Neugien was a little bit too aggressive, trying to kind of defend the position that was basically already lost. He just wanted to stick his elbows out and make the life for Grantas Kareckas as hard as possible. I think Grantas took it a little bit too risky. Well, at least to what I look at it from my point of view. Can we try and get a replay from a different camera angle? This is Neugien versus Grantas Kareckas. Grantas taking the outside line, Neugien clipping the curb, sliding a little bit, and there's not enough room in this very tight Variante Alta chicane. And I'm not sure if there's gonna be a penalty. Oh, Schlebusch in the barriers in the background. Do you think there's going to be a penalty in that incident, or it's just going to be a racing incident? Well, because what I see, it was a slightly too risky move by Grantas Kareckas, and an unlucky clipping of the curb by Neugien.
Yeah, I think a lot of these incidents will just go down as racing incidents. With how much chaos there is on track, it sometimes just becomes difficult even to avoid these incidents.
Yeah,
but no, you're trying to make moves. There's so much chaos around that I think the more intense the race gets, and with how this race is going, more incidents will be considered racing incidents, because it just becomes proportional at some point, right?
It is.
But it is, at the end of the day, it is the decision of the stewards, and we can just speculate here. Another car, where? That's number 12, Garcia. Having issues as well.
Yep, this is Dominguez versus Hnas. Well, basically, this is GT Panama versus Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. Battle for P4. The Vilnius Tech car is currently slightly slower as it was before the pit stops, before the drivers change. Oh, and Dominguez runs out of road, misses the braking point completely, as more accidents happen on the racetrack, as more reports are coming in. We will try to find a replay. This is again Neugien versus Grantas Kareckas. Look, Neugien is kind of defending his spot. Grantas is on the outside of the track, and
yeah, I don't really see where Neugien should have gone. I don't really see where Kareckas should have gone either.
Yep. So, well, what I would figure out of this situation is, well, yeah, of course, Grantas wants to make as much places as he can as soon as possible, but it was a little bit too tight, a little bit too risky. Well, he put all his hopes on his rival for him to nail that corner, but it looks like, well, Neugien, he struggles on himself. So remember, a couple of laps ago, Neugien was a little bit lost on the racetrack, so Grantas should take that into consideration. But he already forgot it, actually, and well, it's gonna be part 2 of that movie quite shortly, because both of the drivers still have plenty of time on track remaining for them to drive these cars. 23 minutes for Neugien, 32 minutes for Grantas Kareckas, so they will definitely meet one more time on the racetrack. Well, look at Grantas Kareckas, he's definitely on fire. He definitely wants a much better finishing position in this race for his team. He knows that he can deliver, and he's definitely there in the zone, trying to catch up again with Neugien as we stick around so far, because Dominguez and Ayrton, they are currently 1.5 seconds from each other from that after that mistake that Dominguez ran into, and that's Neugien. That's basically Babic, Neugien, and Kareckas creating a 3-car battle for P6. This is gonna be tight. They ran into a GT4 and same corner. Similar situation, and again, Grantas Kareckas running off track. This time he managed to avoid contact. He had to take a evasive action, but well, in these situations, well, Grantas doesn't look too good, actually, making those mistakes. He's coming into these battles a little bit too hot-headed, to my assumption. He should be more cautious. This is a long race, still 10 hours and 15 minutes. You don't need to win that race in the course of one corner as soon as you gain on your rival, especially if this is a more complicated situation, having something to do with the traffic. That's Dominguez and Ayrton running into the traffic, and Dominguez kind of trying to figure out if there's enough room on the racetrack. The GT4s are kind of going into the slowing zone a little bit too much, too harsh on the brakes, and separating Ayrton and Dominguez again, giving them a little bit more breathing room. That's back into the battle for P7. Grantas Kareckas again. Quite a risky move this time. That should play out nicely into the hands of Grantas Kareckas. That's how you do it. You find a really comfortable spot on the track. Good corners to make those risky moves. Not on a very tight place as Variante Alta chicane, and that's it. Just be there when you need it. As car 50 is again standing stationary on the racetrack. I think it's back into the pit lane. So car 50 has just seen another bigger incident on the racetrack as we go back into the battle for P4 this time. Dominguez looks like he has the correct line into turn 1, and that should help him to gain that spot. BMW versus BMW, and the driver of the Vilnius Tech Engineering car. I always kind of confuse the name of that team. Yep, I can call them Vilnius Tech, I believe. That's actually Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. And well, they have just been overtaken. Still, running 5th is a very nice position to be at as we go back to Grantas Kareckas as he tries to chase down Zeljko Babic in the battle for P6 as he continues his climb up the ladder after those first lap incidents. What about...
Unfortunately, a lot of time lost to the leader. Pretty much all that he gained, he lost in those incidents. So, unfortunate.
Yep. Looking at car number 5, trying to find them on the track. This is the RT number 3 car. Remember, they were collected by the GT4 cars. That's already Vladis Galunis behind the wheel. And it looks like the car was not completely fixed during the pit stop. You can see, unless they had another contact. Well, we didn't follow up with the 5 car as the race progressed after that incident. But it, well, right now you can see it had damage as we have more drama in that hairpin in the background. Some GT4s were running quite slowly out of that corner. Look at the gap Karetskas already built out to Neugene as he clips the gravel. Runs slightly twitchy between the penultimate and final corners. As Lopez having a moment. This is Andres Lopez. Lost quite a lot of places now. As the battle for P6 is now on, and Grantas Karetskas trying to show his next masterclass of a move. Babic didn't want to let it go also without a fight. Was trying to force Grantas Karetskas to take a tight line as possible, as Grantas Karetskas needs to hit the brakes a little bit harder than he wants because he's running into a traffic of a GT4 and a GT3 car. Will there be a comparison from that Porsche driver letting through, trying to let both of the GT3s through, and well, it worked out nicely. Nice cooperation by the Porsche driver, not causing any issues further. Now, the next target for the Dream to Drive team is the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. Currently, it's 22 seconds between these drivers. 19 minutes of drive time on the clock for the Vilnius Tech car, and 25 minutes on the clock for the Dream to Drive car. So, it looked pretty bad at the opening laps for the Ford Mustang, for this yellow Ford Mustang, but currently Grantas Karetskas, even with those small mistakes, they are looking pretty strong here, as one would expect of the fastest car on the racetrack, actually. So if they would manage to avoid those mistakes and those accidents that they face during their way of during the recovery drive on their way, they would be even much closer at this stage. As Guanil Garuil tries to chase down Rivas, and he's being chased down by Lopez. Lopez, remember, just had that accident and lost a couple of places. Oh, in the background! Again, Lopez was involved in that incident. Lulis was just being marked as a driver with...
coming out of the pit.
Maybe he was coming out of the pits.
Unless he spun down the straight, which is possible with how this race has been going.
And this is a replay of what happened to Lulis. To Lopez, I'm sorry. Dealing with the traffic. Oh, and the GT4 just clipped the grass and sent the car number 17 into the barriers. That's how Lopez lost a couple of places. And he's now being the driver as trying to recover of that situation. Garuil still chasing down Rivas for P13. As Grantas Karetskas tries to get back on pace after those harsh battles that he was facing. This is Thomas Mortensen getting back onto the track, as Jan Nimtz is currently leading the GT4 pack without problems whatsoever. 78 seconds ahead of Ahmetarda Irlikaya. Aeronautica Sim Racing Team car number 34 is currently second in the GT4 class. And that's IRT number 3 car coming past. And another GT3. dealing with this traffic. Yevakishvili, third in the GT3 class, but 17 seconds behind. So no close battles on the track in the GT4 class, and that's usually the case here on the WorldSimSeries platform. I think the clearest answer to that question, why the gaps in the GT4 class are slightly bigger than the gaps in the GT3 class, is just due to the license requirements the drivers need to face before they enter this event. You need an AM racing license well, at least an AM or a higher license to participate in the GT4 class, but you need a Pro-Am racing license to participate in the GT3 class. This is the licensing system presented in the on the WorldSimSeries platform. And not all of the drivers meet these requirements. And well, looking at how this race is panning out, there's a lot of drivers who are still kind of on the learning curve of the racing driving, and they are kind of trying to climb up the licensing system by learning new things on the racetrack. That's why they run in the GT4 class. That's why we see slightly bigger gaps in the slower class in the slower car class, as Grantas Kareckas avoiding a sliding GT4, and wow, he's already 10 seconds behind Grantas, behind the Vilnius Tech car. And in the course of last lap, he gained 6 seconds.
By the way, somebody still doing a great job is Jan Nims. A minute and 18 seconds at the front of the field.
Yep. A huge gap between P1 and P2 in the GT4 class. That should be an interesting race. So 2 hours into the race and you are in the lead already by more than 1 full minute, and there's still 10 hours on the clock. So this is basically a very long practice session for the team to deal with the traffic. Of course, it's not over, and there's always something on the map that can happen for the teams, and they need to be prepared for some unforeseen situations to be precise, and that's not the easiest part of this race. You need to complete all those laps to finish in P1. As Grantas Kareckas, well, he's just running, chasing behind Dominika Seichina so fast. It's already now 2.5 seconds, so the next lap these two cars should meet each other. Look how, well, it looks like the BMW is very cautious during the moments they catch up with the traffic, that they lose so much time due to being too cautious. In comparison to Grantas Kareckas, he doesn't wait even 1 millisecond. As soon as he gains on any car, he tries to go around at that very moment, and that's why he's able to not lose a lot of time. Look, 1 minute 42.2 while dealing with the traffic, and it was 1 minute 48.6. 3.3 seconds was lost by the Vilnius Tech car in that section of the racetrack. Where he gained on these 2 GT4s in the background. And this should be the lap when Grantas Kareckas will put his team into the top 5 places after that unsuccessful start for this race. 1 second separating that BMW and the Ford Mustang. Well, maybe not on this lap, but on the next lap, that's for sure. These two cars should swap positions as we approach the 2 hours mark. Oh, Vilnius Tech runs wide, and it actually happened in the course of this lap.
Right for Karatskas. 16 seconds now his gap to the leader, plus 1 lap. As we'll have a look soon at our current race results. As we approach 2 hours completed in this one, International Racing Team number 2 lead the race ahead of International Racing Team. Then it's RL Shitsokor Duo, GT Panama Dream to Drive with Grantes Kratskas, that big recovery drive. And then Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, Dams BMW, Scuderia Spinala, Muffler Shop Racing, Bragton Racing, IRT number 3, Customs GTAC, GC15, GT Panama Blue, Dams Aston, Roofless Racing Team 2, Petrotini Racing, Lame X Muffler Shop, Racing Line, KR7 Ints,
Incorporation, maybe?
PKM, and Game Over Racing Team, Team Blue Flag, MM12 Racing, Dams 296, Team BLC 15, IRT number 5, Ethereum Esports, and Beaver Grease Racing running in last. Then looking at the GT4s, Sean Clark Racing ahead of Aeronautica Sim Racing, AOR Racing Team, Tornado eMotorsport, Shitsokor GT Corsa, SB Shitsokor Racing, Dams GT4, ATAC, Roofless Racing, Duak Pavirot GT, Muffler Shop Racing 2, Bractum Puya, For Fun Sim Racing, No Grip Sim Racing Team, Eagles Academy, GT Panama Gold Racing for Fun, and Ital Czech Racing Team and Hart Motorsport Racing. Both cars DQ'd, I believe, from the race. That is your grid as we've ticked over the 2-hour mark. 9 hours and 59 minutes still to go in this one. Lots more action as we'll take a break now and come back in an hour's time to continue on with the 12 Hours of Imola, the tribute to Ayrton Senna race. Welcome back to the track here at Imola and the tribute to Ayrton Senna. Imola, 12 hours on WorldSimSeries.com. Christos Papanastasiou leads the field in the international racing team Mustang, ahead of Cristiani in the Vantage. Right behind them, with a drive through on their heads, Dream to Drive, Tadeusz just he's recovered to be under a lap behind the leader finally, but he'll drop back to being a lap behind soon as he needs to serve a drive-through penalty for contact a little bit earlier on in the race. Elisa in the Honda in P4 and Vladic in the Dams BMW in P5. In the GT4s, it is still Sean Clark Racing. I don't think anybody is surprised that it's still Sean Clark Racing ahead of Yilmaz in the Aeronautica car. Actually, it's about to be lapped right behind them. That's Simon Speth in the McLaren. He's about to lap Yilmaz, and that will be a lap difference between first and second in the GT4, so we can ride on board with Simon Speth as he approaches Yilmaz. Yilmaz won't put up a big fight.
Yeah, there's no need to put any sort of a fight here in this situation when you have your group leader coming from behind and being one lap ahead and faster. I'm pretty sure Yilmaz and the team, they are having different outcome here in this race. They are focusing on their own race. Aeronautica Sim Racing, they are currently quite far ahead of P3 and trying to figure out the distance. That's Nika Kobosnice. They are third with the AOR racing team in the GT4 class. It's a shame we don't see the difference between the drivers at this moment, but well, there is a gap which is quite huge. And looking at the GT4s this afternoon, it's basically solo running race for the teams. No close battles, well, not a lot of close battles for positions. So basically you could consider this like a very long practice session with some nice rewards on the table. You have to finish this race, you have to deal with the traffic, and as we've already seen quite a lot of times, quite often some chaos erupts onto the circuit, and it's also a very huge task to be completed. Well, the gaps are not that big actually, as I was expected. Even Melnichenko with the Shizuku GT Corsa team, they are fourth and only 14 seconds behind. Now, what about the pit stops? The top four teams in the GT4s are basically, well, they are on a very similar strategy. Simon Speth is actually running right into the pit lane, so this is not a very similar strategy. So Speth into the pit lane. Yilmaz has 10 minutes of track time. Kobosnidze has 25 minutes on the clock, and Melnichenko 34. So no similar strategies here, and actually outsynced runs here in the GT4 leaderboard, meaning that the drivers, well, they are actually trying to figure out the real gaps and the real positions that they are currently fighting for, which might slightly differ. Even looking at this difference between P2 and P3, it's kind of nice battles look to be offered on the table. As car number 50, one of the GT4 runners have just received a disqualification, and the drive-through, by the way, for the Dream to Drive team is for an accident that happened a little while ago. Tadas was trying to unlap himself and couldn't avoid contact with the leading car, send it to the barriers. Looking from the outside camera, it didn't look too dramatic. It kind of looked like one ran out of road. Car number 1 ran out of road, clipped the curb, and slightly touched the doors of the number 2 car. That's why Papanastasios is currently leading, because right after the pit lanes, Chrisinani took over the lead from car number 3 and looked no further back as soon as Juknavicius gained on the leading cars. And he's still kind of gaining, but as Gustas already mentioned, what you gain on the track, if you make mistakes, you will lose it again. So it's definitely sometimes worth to try and be a little bit more careful. Lose maybe 2 or 3 seconds on the spots in the situation, rather to receive a penalty, which will cost you a little bit more at the end. Though Juknavicius already served actually the penalty, and he's 1 lap behind again, and he's doing the same work, same job as he has been doing before. Papanastasios should go into the pit lane shortly, so should Chrisinani do. There are slight problems with the system, which catches the moment the teams go into the pit lane. Kind of went wrong a little bit in the system, and it's showing that Chrisinani is still on the track with it shows the team having made only 1 pit stop, which is definitely not the case. So a little issue on the timing screens as Juknavicius deals with the traffic. Chrisinani currently has a clear track ahead of him for at least a couple of coming corners. There's still traffic ahead, a couple of cars, 3 cars, I believe. A couple of them are GT4s. No, actually 2 of them are GT3s. One of them is a GT4 car. It's very important for Chrisinani because he's trying to gain what he has lost. As Papanastasios is right there with those GT3 cars.
Came down for the lead for Nani, big time, and Juknavicius 20 seconds behind the lead at the moment, but 20 seconds plus a lap. So we've been away for an hour and a bit now. And we're back at where we were, exactly where we were, a lap and 20 seconds behind. Just that now it's P3 and not P5, but I don't think that makes a big difference. I think the Dream to Drive team, they have only 1 position in mind, and that's P1.
Yep, Papanastasios heads straight into the pit lane for their third. Yep, that's going to be the 3rd pit stop for the team, as
a little bit early, 3 minutes early. So could have done an extra lap.
Yep, they could have, but it's already 8 hours and 50 minutes on the clock, so they can allow themselves to stop a little bit earlier if they are in the need. Maybe the tires are gone, maybe the driver lost confidence in the grip and doesn't want to run mistakes. That's Chrisinani. What happened? Wow. Chrisinani just kind of slowed down on the exit of the corner, and he was hit by a GT4 car. So we definitely need to look at the replay of this situation and maybe try to get it on board. But I'm not sure. And that's Chrisinani already behind Vilnius Tech Engineering car here. He had there are some issues. It looked like some issues for Chrisinani.
Maybe he got a
slowdown penalty, but
Yeah.
I don't know. But do you need to service straight away because it
I
was?
think he tried to avoid because here it would be it's calculating whether or not you gained time while cutting the track. So he maybe tried to give that time back, but he's lost way more time.
Let's try to look at it again from another angle. Look that the GT4 car, they let them through. Yep, and I didn't see any cuts, so maybe that happened before, but
I think there was a cut on the left-hander. Looked to me like a 4 wheels off situation. Now down into the pit lane, followed in by one of the Ginetta GT4s.
and that's gonna definitely give the lead back to Papanastasio, who pitted 1 lap earlier. But after that incident, Nani lost roughly 15 seconds in that certain situation. He was 3 seconds behind Papanastasio before they took the pit stops. That should be roughly 18 pit stops if the stop time equals of both of the teams. But that should be answered quickly. 35 seconds, that was...
15 seconds. Because we saw Juknavicius right behind them.
It was about 15 seconds. So I think he lost around 15 seconds, plus the 3 seconds that Anastasio had before they took the pit stops. That's why I'm calculating 18 seconds difference. We might see after Nani gets back on the racetrack.
So Miguel Silverio now behind the wheel of that car. Driver change as they get moving. We're moving down the pit road slowly, slowly, slowly. 2 seconds more stop for Silverio as he gets out of the pits. We'll see what that actual gap is, and should come out at pretty much 18 to 19 seconds, 18 and a half.
Yep, 18 seconds, so plus those 2, so he roughly, Nani lost roughly 13 seconds then. Yeah, 13 seconds. Okay, that's the mathematics. They lost 13 seconds why they made that mistake, plus 2 seconds that took them longer while they were stationary, plus the 3 seconds that Anastasio had before entering the pit lane.
Well, I guess 2 extra seconds, maybe some damage that needed to be... What can you fix in 2 seconds?
In ACC, I think you can
duct tape. Yeah. Put duct tape on the car.
Yeah, probably they put some duct tape and it took a couple of seconds, but they managed to fix the issue. Wow, Anastasio clips those curves quite aggressively and jumps around, and he definitely lost a little bit of time there. Try to be as aggressive as possible to lose as less time as he can, and will continues to race on the track, but losing a little bit of time. That's Tadas Juknavicius. We should try and figure out what time should he be coming into the pit lane, and that shouldn't take too long. So he's roughly running for 48 minutes on the fuel tank, so around in 15 minutes, Tadas Juknavicius will have to go straight into the pit lane. What's he doing now? Trying to push as hard as possible. Remember, he was roughly 20 seconds behind Anastasio, plus 1 lap, as Gustas expressed himself. And their mission at this moment is to try and get that lap back. They managed to do it 20 or so minutes ago, but without avoiding a contact. That sent them straight into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty, and well, they are back on the very same mission again in this race to try and regain that lost lap and then figure something out from then on. This is virtual racing. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione. We do not have safety cars here, so even though they retake that lap, it's not that important, and it's not going to be an easy game as it would be in real life events. Well, if that will be a real race, there would be a possibility for a safety car, so that's where the drivers would definitely...
If the safety car was... If this was a real race, we probably wouldn't have gotten green yet. We would still be under safety car with how many incidents we've had out on track.
It was a major chaos at the beginning. I think we had a much calmer state at one point of this race. Well, if you can call that a calmer state with accidents still happening around the racetrack, but well, at least it weren't too many of those accidents at some point. But yeah, that's a good call. It's definitely a very difficult race for the drivers here. By the looks of it, the traffic, the narrow circuit, a very technical and challenging circuit to try and fit two classes on one track. It was 50 cars in total as we started this race. It's 45 at this moment, so we've lost already 5 teams during the stage of this race, but the battle is still on, and the most beautiful thing is the battle for the lead is far from over, though International Racing Team, well, you could call them the #1 team, had a couple of issues. One of those were not their fault. The next one was a very interesting moment a couple of laps ago where Nani just kind of hit the brakes on the exit of the corner, and a GT4 car was unable to avoid that contact, still not seeing anything on the referee board. Oh, and again a small contact, that's Pedrazzini. This is a battle with Ivan Dragas, and we have the Vilnius Tech car behind. Is it Vilnius Tech? I believe it is Vilnius Tech car, as Igor Ivanov... Oh, the beautiful Honda is stationary on the racetrack, tries to reverse and hits the car behind.
Wow, I've... yep, the Ferrari just quit. I would quit at that point as well. I mean, that's just... That really sums up the last 3 hours and 20 minutes. He crashes out, stops, and then just reverses right back into the Ferrari. How involved was the Ferrari in this? Oh, pretty involved. Yep, it was pretty involved. Came from really far back. Now, what happens here?
Wow.
Again.
So the last contact was not the second one when the Honda hit the Ferrari in reverse. It was the third contact of both of the cars. So, yeah, the Ferrari just lost their... patience, or they were not interested of being involved in that situation, and towed back to the pit lane as Tadas Juknevičius. He's into the pit lane slightly earlier than I had calculated.
No, he comes in with hour, 3 minutes and 54 seconds, so maximum.
Yep, my calculations were incorrect. I just compared the 2 last pit stops that they made, but didn't take into consideration the total elapsed time of this race. So my bad by doing these mistakes while trying to calculate what's happening on the racetrack. But the good news is that the Dream to Drive teams, they definitely know what they do on the racetrack, and they definitely know when to stop and what is the best strategy. It's a shame they didn't avoid a couple of mistakes that they could have avoided. While Grantas Kareckas was pushing pretty hard, he was also a little bit risky, and well, they had one moment on the racetrack that ended quite luckily, but they lost roughly 6 or 10 seconds at that moment, and then the next mistake came from Juknevičius while trying to unlap himself, which was not that hurtful at that certain moment, but they received a drive-through penalty and put them right back.
Was just pushed right off the track at the chicane. I was just looking through the whole field, and he was being the McLaren was trying to overtake him and just pushed him right off. I don't know if you can get a replay of that.
What number is the McLaren? Because I don't see... Can it be 25?
15 McLaren and 31 for 7.
Well, that's interesting. My system didn't catch up with that moment. No 15, no 31. So it doesn't show that they had a contact. Maybe it was
Maybe,
just...
I don't think they had a contact. I think Simon Speff did the smart thing and drove himself right off the road, just to not be involved in that contact.
Yeah, maybe that's why the system didn't caught up with that accident, and accidents like these.
Ahead in front of Silverio. In front, I mean, he's not lapped anymore by Silverio. I wouldn't say it's a crucial point, but that's a good thing to happen. Now, he doesn't have to overtake Silverio. He can go on, catch up to Papanastasiou and pass him 14 seconds now, that gap. It was up to 20. He's brought it right back down with this, and now Grantas Gratkas behind the wheel. He was flying in the beginning of the race. We'll see if he continues that momentum.
That's Silverio lapping Vaškevičius, IRT number 3. Remember, this car was doing very good at the beginning of this race. They are now down in P12 with lots of issues underway, but they are still on the track. They are still trying to hold on with 4 pit stops completed. They had a couple of pit stops in a course of 4 minutes about 40 minutes ago, and the second pit stop was very long, 91.6 seconds. So a couple of huge impacts, a couple of huge contacts for car number 5 during this race in the first 3.5 hours, and there are still 8.5 hours on the clock. So not a decent start. Well, it was a very decent start, but then it kind of fell down and ran down the drain, and well, it doesn't look too good at this moment. But remember, this car number 1, the Dream to Drive team, started from behind, were involved in a huge accident right on the opening laps, went straight into the pit lane, and trying to recover ever since then. I'm pretty sure they came here with only one thought in mind: to win this one. That's gonna be a very difficult task for them. It's still doable, but in green lap conditions, without issues for the leaders, I don't think they, even with the pace that they currently have, they can gain on P1 at some point during this race. They still have to unlap themselves, and they are currently 13 seconds behind the leader, plus 1 lap. Maybe a little bit closer. Well, Silverio is 17 seconds behind Papanastasiou. So, by the looks of it, Grantas Gratkas is roughly 3 to 4 seconds.
No, so Grantas Gratkas is 12 seconds to the leader. That's what I have on my screen, and yeah, it kind of makes sense looking at the gap.
Yep, it should be around 12 seconds, so he's lapping, well, the previous lap was not a full second faster than the lap of Papanastasiou, so that would take him roughly 12 to 15 laps to gain on the lead car again and try to unlap himself if things stand as they are at this moment regarding the pace of these two cars. But they have to deal with the traffic, and well, the traffic sometimes gives and sometimes takes from you, so still quite a lot of work. Well, Gratkas has fresh tires, full fuel tank, and full hands of work at this stint that he's currently doing, and well, I'm pretty sure his target right now is try and gain on Papanastasiou during his 60 or so remaining minutes on the clock. We are running the tribute to Ayrton Senna, a special event on the WorldSimSeries platform. This is a 12 hours race on the ACC platform with the GT3 and GT4 cars on the track, and the whole idea of this race is to contribute with the Ayrton Senna Institute, try to help them with collecting and donating a little bit of money to try and help the people in need. So if you're with us and would like to get some karma points and do a very nice job, if you enjoy the racing and the chaos that is currently presenting, hold back, don't hold back, and donate at least anything that you can to make a good deed work.
Papanastasiou, something happened to him at turn 1. As he just dropped about 2 seconds. Oh, actually, he has a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, a lot of damage.
Damage.
Nice catch. Wow, and the system didn't catch it. That's interesting. That's odd. My system kind of refuses to catch accidents at this moment, but this might be a game changer here in this race again. Papanastasiou, they are out of the pit lane. They made that pit stop quite recently, well, 20 minutes ago. That's definitely just the first part of their stint, and they have to take a very difficult decision here, right now. They need to understand how much time Papanastasiou is losing due to the damage, but looking at the gap, they are definitely losing, well, at least some chunk of time. I will try to figure out what caused that accident, what caused that contact, why the system didn't catch up with it. I don't see anything on my screen. I don't see anything on the steward's sheets. As Papanastasiou, well, I'm pretty sure they're taking the best decision here to try and stay on the racetrack. It's a little bit too early to go into that pit lane. That would be a very huge out of sync strategy call, and you better lose a little bit of time on the racetrack, but that's still gonna be a slightly less time lost by the end of this race by taking a decision like this. The car is still drivable, at least by the looks of it. Well, it's slightly slower. Maybe they're losing a little bit of time on the straights. Let's take a slightly unseen angle of view here, sit on the laps of Papanastasiou and try to figure out if he's dealing some sort of issues with the chassis of the car, but it looks like the wheel is straight, so the suspension should be intact. That might be most probably some aero faults, so they already lost roughly 5 seconds if the gap was closer to 18. And it's still going down, so probably they will lose the leading position during their stint, because there's still roughly 40 minutes on the clock for this car to stay on the racetrack. It's actually 46, so they will, to my understanding, try and stay on the racetrack for at least 30 minutes to kind of stay in sync with the strategy to not have one extra stop by the end of the race. But that's gonna be difficult. This is gonna be a very difficult stint for Papanastasiou, as wow, quite recently Dream to Drive have set another fastest lap time of this race. Grantas Greckas put in a 1 minute 40.9, and we will try to look at both of the fastest laps of these drivers as soon as it comes available. There we go. So the fastest lap time of this stint for Papanastasio is 1 minute 42.3 versus 1 minute 40.9. That's 2.4 seconds per lap, per fastest lap faster. And I think Vilnius Tech Engineering, they have an issue. Did they have a contact with Brandao? We will try to figure this out later as soon as we see the swapping of the two Ford Mustangs that's Dream to Drive just regaining the lost lap. And well, it looks like the cards are coming into the hands of car number 1, driven by Grantas Kareckas. So they are third, and they have just put themselves on the very same lap as the two leading cars, giving them an opportunity to maybe look into a slightly better finish. And as we talk about the leaders, let's take a look back at what's happened with the Vilnius Tech car. They are currently 6th. They were involved in some sort of traffic situation and they clipped the front of a GT4 car. That's not huge, but there might be another contact, and this is a huge contact. They just sent, they returned to the track and went straight into another BMW. I didn't catch up the number of that BMW they ran into, but it didn't look very nice, and that might be a penalty from the race stewards. For car number 4, the Vilnius Tech Engineering car, I don't see any information coming up in front on the sheets. But looking from the outside, well, it didn't look pretty nice. So Papanastasios staying on the track with the damaged car, giving some nice confidence for Miguel Silverio. The last lap of both of the drivers were pretty slow, so 1:45 for Papanastasio, 1:44.0 is, wow, a huge accident took place right in front of Miguel Silverio. I didn't catch up with the cars that were involved. That should be the replay. Yep, that's Pixar. And a GT4 car. Wow, some issues for the GT4 maybe. Car number 36.
Well, the issue was he went off into the grass and obviously couldn't stop the car. The issue is that's why you don't let anybody through on track. That's why you stick to your line driving, because as soon as you try letting somebody through, this happens and just makes the situation worse.
Shout out to our newest contributor. Sorry, Gusta's International Racing Team have just revoked the donation part of this race. Thanks for the contribution, and let's get back racing. This is Alessandro Moraes, the car, the 36th Aston Martin GT4 car. They are 6th in the GT4 class. Still running, but only 7.7 seconds ahead of Roman Franke. Hopefully they have learned something from the moment. As Gusta says, it's best to not let anyone through as they chase you down. It's the safest way to stay on your racing line, and as soon as you see someone taking the inside or the outside line to overtake you, just leave them room, and that's it. No slowing down, no going on the brakes, because that might cause the issues that we have seen.
Yep, sometimes that just happens. You go off the road, you try to let somebody pass, you get dirt on your tires, or in that case, you just went wide, touched the grass, and obviously the car won't stop on the grass, and then make contact.
Yeah, and the chaos doesn't leave this event. It's just there. We see cars going off the racetrack, getting back, causing more issues. This is a replay. That's Daryl Hansford. Before he went off the track, we have seen that GT4 Porsche was also having a short walk off the tarmac, so it's still there, and every car racing around the circuit, including the leaders of this race, they always are at risk to meet someone on the track who is slightly lost and is ready to cause issues for anyone who tries to overtake them. It's basically a race of survival, and I definitely wasn't expecting something like this before the event started, but well, this is what the drivers have to deal with it, and it only proves how difficult it is to, well, not only race for 12 hours, but it's difficult already to race for 3 hours and 40 minutes on a track full of cars that are on a very different pace. And a track is narrow. It's definitely a very huge mission to not only drive fast but also save. Not everyone is accomplishing that quite nicely. Even the leaders, they run into mistakes from time to time, and it's a huge shame. There is no chance to go back through time and see what happened to Papanastasio's GT3 Ford Mustang GT3 car. But look, he's definitely having issues. He's just...
I think he's got about 2 more laps and then he can pit. He has a chance to make a pit.
Oh, there's the contact behind again. Wow. I'm speechless that Simon Branstom's Patin, who got punt by Jack Crackton. There's another. Oh, that's Jack Crackton. I believe that it was still Jack Crackton on the racetrack, who was trying to cause even more issues.
Yep. At the same time, Ivan Dragas off the road.
I'm not keeping up with all the chaos happening on the I'm just unable to keep up with everything what's happening.
Is off the road as well. I'm just watching that. He is having some big issues, and back to the pits, I think he is. Or is he? Nope, he's still on track.
Yep, here he is, still on the racetrack. That's the same GT4 Porsche that had issues a couple of laps ago. So this is another part on the racetrack where driver is simply that should have been a replay, and that was still a replay.
Yeah,
and it is.
He looked to have some connection issue as well there.
I think it was a connection issue, right? And he's trying to limp back on the racetrack because he was jumping back and forth on the racetrack and back to the pit lane, so it was more like connection issues because they are running pretty good in the GT4 class. They are in the top 10 places. They run 9th, I believe, or 10th on the grid, so kind of in the top 10, doing okay. So they should have the pace in the GT4 class needed to finish in top 10, but these issues, they sometimes catch you, and you have nowhere to go. You have to deal with them and try to still stay on this race. There's still a very long way to go. Still plenty of laps on the table for every driver here, and for some of them it looks like it is a very huge struggle just to try and stay on the track. Not only to kind of compete with your rivals. So the biggest rivals for some of the drivers looks to be themselves.
Yep, and Papanastasiou staying out on the track, even though he can now pit. He can make a pit stop, and if he extends all his other stints to the max, to an hour and 5, he'll be fine. So running around now is wasting time, pretty much. He's got the damage. Get that car back into the pits and get it fixed. He's going to be under pressure from his teammate. I don't think there's going to be a big battle this time. Big damage on the Mustang. Silverio goes to the inside, but Papanastosio doesn't let him go. And I think he'll have no choice now, as Gil Silverio will take back the lead of this race.
Yeah, and that's
Or
what they
maybe not.
have.
Maybe not.
They will definitely take back the lead at some point.
They will take it back at some point, but I thought they'd do it already. Interesting that Papanastosios not letting this one go. I mean, now they have to think Dream to Drive is catching up. That's their issue. So if they keep fighting between each other, they're going to lose this race. Guaranteed. If they don't keep fighting each other, they might have a slim chance of not being caught. If they keep fighting, this is not going to end well.
Yeah, and don't forget, they are wearing the same livery, so they are basically one team. They should have some sort of a communication, and there goes Papanastosios. Nice calculation, so he took a little bit longer out there on the racetrack just to maybe save the extra time needed with the one additional lap before heading into the pit lane to take that stop. We will take a look at how long that pit stop is gonna take, and they will definitely lose to International Racing Team as soon as the main team or the #1 team will head into the pit lane and go back on the racetrack. That's gonna be a loss. But remember, the International Racing Team, they also had issues, so it's still everything on the horizon just before the eyes of the drivers. It's not that it is the race done when you get into the lead, and basically, well, Miguel Silverio knows that they are definitely the leaders or back into the lead at this stage of this race. They still have plenty of things to take into consideration. For example, looking at the last laps of these two cars, Grantas Kareckas set another fastest lap time of this race with a lap time of 1:40.0, while Miguel Silverio had a very slow lap, 1:46.0. This is a huge amount of time being chunked down from the lead, as Grantas Kareckas goes up into P2 already because of that earlier stop of Papanastasiou, but still, it's going very nicely forwards to the Dream to Drive car, and
now out on track, and the car, at least visually, looks perfect.
Yep.
So
and they didn't even need to use a duct tape. Look, it's brand new. They put a very brand new front end on that Ford Mustang, set it back onto the track, and well, they will maybe advise their driver on some of the parts of the racetrack where he can or he could maybe improve. They are now 14 seconds behind Grantas Kareckas on that same lap, and this is gonna be a battle for position. By the end, it's gonna be, well, calculations might be made by Gustas to try and figure out if there will be no accidents and the teams will drive till the end of this race, how that would look like with the strategy, as one GT4 has been sent off the track, and it's currently still not obvious if it was with or without the help of car number 2. This is not the replay I was looking to catch up, and that's car 35, and that's why we caught up with that moment. This is a very unsafe return to the racetrack.
Car 2 had nothing to do with that at all.
Yep, it was further behind or ahead.
So Spawn in the 3 car, he's back out on track, lost about 15 seconds in his pit stop. Not great, not terrible, so he'll be about 15 seconds back from Miguel Silverio once he takes his pit stop as well.
Yep, so that means as soon as if Miguel Silverio pitted now, he would come back right around Grantas Karetskas. Looking at the drive times, well, Miguel Silverio has 32 minutes of drive time. Grantas Karetskas has 38 of them. So during that half hour that is still ahead of the drivers, the gap should go down even further. So as soon as Miguel Silverio, if Miguel Silverio will pit ahead of Grantas Karetskas, they will get back into the track, onto the track in P2, and that would give the lead, a short lead for the Dream to Drive car already.
I think Karetskas and the whole Dream to Drive team might have a chance of saving a pit stop. That is why you always extend your stint to the maximum. And Schwann and Silverio lost it in the beginning already, so they had no choice really. But Karetskas, he did have a choice, and especially since they pitted later, I think they'll save a pit stop by the end.
Wow, so looking good for Dream to Drive, guys. At least at this moment.
Yep, not looking too bad. Still, I think with the pace that they have right now, they'll get past them on track. And won't even have to worry about the pit stop. Just how big the pace difference is between them right now, it is it's massive. How much quicker Grantas Karetskas can run. The gap now down to 1 minute and 16 seconds. It was a minute and a half just I don't know, 10-15 minutes ago. So this gap coming down and coming down quickly. Even if Silverio is now trying to turn up the pace, he's still lapping about a second, consistently about a second slower per lap, which is huge. It's not sustainable.
One thing is for certain, we can only say a big thank you to the Dream to Drive team for starting from the back of the pack, because if they would have not done that, it would have been a very boring race in the matters of the lead of the GT3 class. They would already be ages ahead and worrying about anything. Right now, after those issues that they have faced, they are on a very nice mission and doing a very decent job and making the race much more interesting than it could have been in regards of the lead of the GT3 class. Even though we have battles between the international racing team cars, it's a shame we've lost out the IRT number 3 car from that battle. But it wouldn't be so interesting if we wouldn't have this yellow Dream to Drive team on a mission. But by the looks of it, well, as Gustas already predicted, they should easily take that lead. It's only a matter of time, and there's still plenty of time on the clock. 8 hours and 9 minutes. We are still not even halfway through. We are only about to reach the 1/3 of a distance so far, which well, can tell you a lot of things about this race, and we've had plenty of action, plenty of drama, and plenty of things that can change. Let's make a visit to the GT4 field. This is Alessandro Moraes. Well, it's a shame, well, we don't visit the GT4 field too often because, well, the gaps between the cars are so big, as one McLaren is off the racetrack. The gaps between the cars in the GT4 class is so big that it's basically impossible to understand which teams are still in a battle for the top 5. Well, the places remaining starting from the 3rd place, because it looks like the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd place are kind of already knowable. I cannot see anyone overtaking the Jean-Claude Racing team with currently Simon Speth behind the wheel. Aeronautica Sim Racing with Erli Kaya behind the wheel are also way ahead of the remaining field. And they are 2 laps behind the Jean-Claude Racing cars. Alexandro Veremevic is 47 seconds behind P3. So Shizokor GT Corsa are still within the same lap as the AOR Racing Team drivers, P3, and P3 is currently 1 lap behind P2 in the GT4 class. So this is a slightly different situation in that GT4 field regarding the battles for positions, and then there is a bigger unknown in the further places of that field. That's Amir Rahmanian, Dam's GT4 car, Mercedes AMG GT3 car. They were running 4th or 3rd, so I believe there's something with a slightly different strategy here. They are on 4 pit stops. Some of their rivals are on 3 or 5 pit stops. Car 36, it looks like they have made 3 stops, so it looks like they didn't have issues before, because now they have a car that looks to be damaged. They still have 23 minutes on the clock of drive time, as Alexa Zagorac is was facing the track into wrong direction, was planted in the sand. It's no problem here to get out of the sand if you spin into it. So good news for the drivers who seem to struggle to stay on the tarmac. As soon as they go off the racetrack, they definitely have a chance to get back on the track. Wow, gap is already down to 67 seconds behind P1 and P2 at this moment. So 8 seconds already shaved off the lead of the international racing team by the Dream to Drive drivers. So that must be a huge pressure on the shoulders of car number 2. They definitely understand that car number 1 was favorites while coming into this race, but car number 1 decided to take a slightly different strategy now. With Miguel Silverio behind the wheel of that Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car, they kind of tried to figure out what chances or possibilities they have to win in this race. They currently have this huge lead against P2, but well, looking at the pace difference, sometimes they almost match, well, or are not as big as they are, but sometimes they are very, very big different paced laps between the 2 leaders, the current leaders of the GT3 class. Look at Daniel Spohn, he's 24 seconds behind Grantas Kareckas, so he lost 10 seconds as he went out from the pit lane. The gap was 12 or 13 seconds between the two, the second place and the third placed cars. So that's definitely an outstanding pace by only one team on this track during this race, and look at the confidence that Grantas Kareckas carries around this racetrack. It looks like he feels the car almost as if he was driving that on a real track, kind of knows where every inch of the limit is beneath him, and is able to take quite strong, quite fast decisions on where to overtake those slower cars, and a lot of the teams might just simply back out of it at certain situations of the racetrack, but not Grantas Kareckas. He just knows where he can put the car and not lose too much time. Let's take a look at his last lap time. That's 1:42.8. So he lost a little bit of time there, but he was still 1 second and 4 tenths faster than Miguel Silverio on his previous lap time. That's the comparison of the laps. This is still a very huge difference, and definitely only a matter of time when these two will meet on the track to have a battle. If any battle, maybe they will swap places during the pit stops.
Well, I don't think we'll see that swap. Or we might if Karetskis catches up. Yellow for Schwami was off somewhere. Well,
yep. He lost roughly 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds here, and
damage on the right-hand side. Sure. Let's have a look what happens here. Oh, I can already see what. Nope.
Oh wow, car number 43, that's so unnecessary.
But I felt like he slowed down as well there.
I don't know.
Remember we saw this from Silverio, I think. If you cut too much the first left, I think he dropped back. Because he looked to be very much in front, and the GT4 just went into his side. It looked to me like he slowed down. Again, now damage on the right-hand side of that car, so... Nope.
Yeah, but this is just the replay from another angle, but... didn't say too much. Yeah, anyways, well, the driver of this GT4, well, he had the chance to slow down slightly. He didn't have the need to kind of stay on the track and try to complete that corner with one of the leading cars of this race. He's 1 lap behind Silvino Mendes, and well, this was a situation for the drivers to maybe learn or take something out of it. At least I hope so, that they have learned something from it. Well, it's not a huge loss for Daniel Spahn. They lost roughly 4 seconds maybe in that situation, so it looked worse than it was. They're still safe in P3, but probably this is, at this moment, doesn't look good. Not only in the battle for P1, where they were before the pit stops, but it looks like that might be the battle over for P2, because, well, to our calculations, Grantas Kareckas and the Dream to Drive team should take over the lead of both of the IRT cars.
That's Javier Brandao. 4 cars, just seeing yellow flags popping up. Brandao and Ivanov, that is not for position, that is to be lap.
Yep, Ivanov is currently 4th, but Brandao tries to chase down that black BMW in the distance. With Kristevski behind the wheel, or maybe the positions have swapped recently. Maybe that's not the case. Both of the cars should go into the pit lane shortly, with Brandao being the first of these 2 cars who will have to enter the pit lane. While looking at the numbers, by the way, the numbers on the cars represent the position of the teams they have ended in the pre-qualifying session. So you can kind of have an idea of which car should be the faster one on pace. Well, at least during the pre-qualifying session. Car number 9, currently driven by Javier Brandao, were faster than car number 10, currently driven by Dimitar Kristevski, and it looks like they are slightly faster at this stage also. They have a couple of minutes on the clock to maybe try and take that position before they will go into the pit lane, but look at the front of this BMW. It definitely seen some damage as the cars overtake the current GT4 class leader. The McLaren, the GT4 McLaren driven by Simon Speth is being overtaken right now, and comparing the lap times of these two fighting cars is basically comparing nothing to each other. It's equal on pace. It was equal on pace on the previous lap. What about the car behind Igor Ivanov? Well, the previous lap was also very, very similar. So 3 cars on one spot of the track, 2 of them battling for position, one of them trying to gain 1 extra lap of advantage against both of these BMWs. Ivanov and car number 6, the only Honda we have on the field. They are actually doing a very decent job. Remember the opening laps, the opening stages of this race, and it still continues as both of the cars are entering the pit lane a little bit earlier than expected, but wow, a contact was not avoided actually in the pit lane. That BMW slowed a little bit too much to the likes of Ivanov, but what I was speaking about that Honda, remember how twitchy it was at one stage of the race? And they had issues. They were involved in an accident with a couple of hits with one of the Ferraris, and they are still P4. Well, they were P4 before they went into the pit lane, and they should stay P4. Dimitar Krtevsky was roughly, was about to be lapped by Ivanov. And Krtevsky still has a little bit of time of driving time on his clock. That's 16 minutes. Both of his rivals went into the pit lane slightly earlier with that clock of drive time to their names. That's Krtevsky staying on the racetrack. And he should still stay behind Ivanov as he will re-enter the track. Unless the pit stop will take well, that's gonna be pretty close, but still, Gosha Elisiev will stay in front. Krstevsky has a couple of laps in their pocket to stay on the track, but they will also have to go into the pit lane, so that means no danger from behind for car number 6. They are 1 lap behind Daniel Spon, and kind of a car which is currently outside top 3. Which might end up on the podium because, well, having a race with a lot of chaos that we have, well, might end up with some loss for one drivers or for one teams, and with some gains for others. So all you can do is just stick with the drivers, stick with your plan and stick on the track to try and avoid mistakes, to try and gain some places.
I mean, this I keep wanting to say Acura, the Honda, has been in quite a few incidents itself. I'm very skeptical of seeing anybody else than the top 3 that we currently have on the podium. Considering the incidents that they had and how quickly they got the car fixed, I think all of them should stay on, because Gosha is quite far back, and I don't think he'd have the pace to stay in front, or anybody in the pink Honda. I think the podium positions are quite safe by now.
They are quite safe right now.
Hour mark,
oh yeah, it's already
a while ago, and 7 hours and 50 minutes to go, so approaching halfway soon. It's 4 p.m. in-game time. So sun starting to go down a little bit, but it's still an afternoon sun. Track temperature now down to 36 degrees Celsius, so down I think 2 degrees, what I saw the maximum being. Wind has picked up at least a little bit. At one point we had no wind. Now there's at least some wind on the track. Kristevski spun round at Aqua Minerale. I wonder what happened there. If we could get a replay. I don't know if it even came up to see a replay, but oh.
If you'd tell me the number of the car, I would probably...
Number 10 in 5.
Something came up. I'm not sure if that's... oh, that's Kristevski, actually.
Yeah, like... That's 5. He had an incident right here. Oh! Okay, well, did it himself.
Oh, thankfully, further contacts were avoided. They found out how slippery the grass is when they decided to get back on the racetrack. Look at that gap. 75 seconds it was, 57 seconds it is already. Still 10 minutes of drive time for Miguel Silverio, 17 minutes of drive time for Grantas Kareckas. This might end up sooner than I thought. I mean, the battle for the lead in the GT3 class, even with all the issues, well, all of the leading teams had issues, but still the biggest issues that the teams had was the issues by Dream to Drive. Not only a big contact at the opening laps, then more small contacts, then a drive-through penalty, and still 7 hours and 15 minutes on the clock. The gap is just melting in everyone's eyes, and I don't see any.
Under a minute for the first time. They were a lap and a half behind at one point, and getting stuck. But it's been 4 hours, pretty much, since that point. That's not a lot of time to gain back a lap and a half on the race leader. If you gain back a lap and a half on the guy who's running P20, that makes sense. When you gain back a lap and a half on the leader, yeah.
In 4 hours.
So imagine
in 4 hours.
Exactly, 4 hours. So if if Dream to Drive had started on pole and didn't have that early issue, they'd be a lap and a half ahead of everyone by this point in the race. Right, 4 hours into the race.
What they could do is actually, when they get back, when they will go into the lead, they could maybe go for a slightly longer pit stop, or think of other interesting decisions that they have taken before the race. Actually, yeah, I'm talking nonsense, of course, but that's definitely astonishing. The pace that the Dream to Drive team has. Both of the drivers, well, not only one, but both of the drivers are actually just simply flying around the racetrack. when they are not taking risky moves, they even make no mistakes. They are so fast through traffic. This is their strongest part. Oh, by the way, Miguel Silverio, his last lap was slightly faster than the lap time of Grantas Karetskas, but the biggest issue is for all the drivers, they can put in one fast lap, one decent lap, one comparable lap of the Dream to Drive team, but they kind of struggle to put it lap after lap after lap, and that's not the case with the Dream to Drive car.
Even if you look at the fastest lap of Silverio, that is still about a second slower than the fastest lap by Grantas Karetskas. So it's not like Miguel Silverio just went out and set the fastest lap of the race. That's still a second off the best that Grantas Karetskas can do. And Grantas Karetskas going a little bit quicker again, so another 2:10s taken out. Miguel Silverio sets his fastest lap of the race. Grantas Karetskas comes across the line and gains another 2:10.
2:10s is not, but 2:10s is not the issue. If they would be able to kind of hold on to that pace, well, lose only half a second per lap, 2:10s per lap, that will be a different scenario, and it wouldn't be a game changer. And well, that would be a slightly bigger job for the Dream to Drive team to try and chase down the current leaders. The biggest issue is that
that's the whole point. That he goes out and does his fastest lap of the race, the best lap he's done by far, and it is still slower.
It is. They lack pace, but
42.2.
Yep, and that's
so
we'll so huge variation in lap times. It is huge variation in lap times, and it is a small variation of lap times for the Dream to Drive. That's the strongest part of the Dream to Drive team. By both of the drivers. Not only Grantas Karetskas is flying around the track, Tadas Juknevicius is matching the pace of his teammate and the consistency of his teammate. But look, as soon as Miguel Silverio started to kind of push a little bit more, he set a couple of pretty decent laps in, the gap kind of stabilized. It's hanging around the 55-second mark for a couple of laps now. Look, 1 minute 42.6 for Grantas Karetskas. That's already 4:10s back into the hands of Miguel Silverio, and suddenly with a pace like this, it becomes a different picture while looking at this battle. It doesn't seem so obvious. I really wish that the international racing team would, well, they don't need to pick up the pace, they just need to put in these stable lap times. But it's a game of luck, because if you look at the racetrack, situations like these, Grantas Karetskas runs into a huge field of GT4s and GT3s, and that's where he'll spend a little bit more time. Miguel Silverio, 1 minute 43.9. And that's your difference. 1 minute 41.6. The next lap is 1 minute 42.2. The next lap is 1 minute 43.9. That's, of course, the case of multi-class racing, especially on a track like Imola, where it is really difficult to match that stable pace lap after lap after lap, because you always face different situations on the track.
I'll be very interested to see what happens with Schmon and where he kind of slots in the whole pecking order here, and if he can catch back up to Miguel Silverio. And still interesting that international racing team picked different cars, so they were working separately on a setup, and well, that kind of showed in the race that they were working separately in the race, because they were trying to fight each other. And
Whoa, there's a huge crash ahead. Look at it. Wow. Woo, that was a big shunt. Andrew Oakley was involved. Who else? And that's Matthias Mirdita was involved, to my understanding. Car number 21. Who's excited for a very interesting replay here? I think we've got it on the screens. That's Andrew Oakley and a couple of cars exiting the pit lane, and Andrew kind of lost himself. There was nothing wrong that the GT4 car has done. It was running out of the pit lane, maybe took a little bit strange line. He was in the middle of the racetrack, which kind of confused Oakley. Oh, and he's running into the back of Thomas Janušaitis again. Look, that's IRT number 3 car right in front of them. I think the IRT... No, they didn't come out of the pit lane. Oakley should be heading into the pit lane, but they overtook Oakley on the track after they made that contact. But it was a very interesting incident, and I'm pretty sure Oakley, car number 20, this is the driver of Team Ruthless Racing number 2. They might be facing some penalties because unless the GT4 was taking a very compromised line, I don't see what could have caused the issue of running into the back of the cars. Let's try and take a look at the replay again while driving on board with car number 20. Well, yeah, the GT4... Well, yeah, actually the GT4 kind of went out of the pit lane with a compromised line, and Oakley, well, he didn't figure out where he should go, because the GT4, when it came out of the pit lane, it was straight in the middle of the racetrack. Shout out to Race Steward Waifu. Race to Waifu. Okay, Race to Waifu. Trying to read all these interesting nicknames, but anyways, thank you for helping us reach that 200 mark. All the money will go to the Ayrton Senna Institute, so you're not only having excitement while looking or participating in this race, you're also doing a very huge job by helping those in need. Ayrton Senna, one of the biggest names in the motorsports, are also a name of this event, and all of you are taking a participation here, so thanks for that. If you're interested to see what all this donation is, or where this donation is taking path, just go to institutoayrtonsenna.org .br. This is a web page of the institute, and you can kind of figure out what good deed everyone is at here this weekend. As we get back to racing, and due to the pit stop of Miguel Silverio, we have a lead change. Shout out to Michael Metzger. Really nice to see this deed happening.
that's just on your screen. Still issue for Brandao. Oh, big issue for Brandao. That has just passed Brandao.
Yeah, but Brandao, they were 7th. They are 7th still.
They were 6th.
Oh, they were 6th. They lost one place to Zeliko Babic, car number 10. Again, no. So they were battling with that.
I think they were fifth.
Anyways,
Sure.
let's take a look at the replay. What happened here with this poor
This is the battle
BMW?
for fifth. The red Ferrari, that's Tiziano Poerio, who is fifth. Oh, okay. That's just silly.
It is silly, but it is what it is on a track like this. Car number 8, I kind of miss it. That's Scuderia Spinala team with Tiziana Poerio behind the wheel, a team that is of 2 drivers, Poerio and Neugene. Oh yeah, Neugene, okay, I remember this name, but I kind of seen Ferraris having issues and didn't expect them to run that high, so good job for car number 8 to be able to recover from various crashes. I remember this car facing some issues a couple of hours ago, but being able to get back into P5, it's definitely a good achievement, and they are 20 minutes into their stint time. A little bit of an outsynced strategy, still looking pretty strong in this race. They are now 16 seconds 9 seconds actually ahead of Zeliko Babic and 13 seconds ahead of Javier Brandao, the car that they have contact with, and that's gonna be more work for race control. And would like to pass the messages from our latest contributors. I cannot get the messages on my screen, so thanks for the WorldSimSeries team for sending in those messages. So Race to Waifu, as he contributed in this whole donation park, asked one thing from all the participants: please crash less. We cannot watch Dr. House. So I really hope everyone will be able to calm down on the track and leave or let the referee rest a little bit. As far as I understand, that's the referee of this race. And Michael Metzger has just sent big love. They say that they love being a part of this race, that they enjoy very much. Greetings from car number 29. So greetings to car number 29 back, and let's give some hot air for this red Porsche, which was also seen on the track having some issues, fighting not only with the track and the corners, trying to stick with the tarmac. They are currently 19th, 83 seconds behind Yuri Lobkov in the battle for P18, so it looks like a hard job, but it looks like it's the biggest challenge that the teams face during this race is just to stay here, just to stay on the track and go to reach that finish line, as they will face a GT4 car battle, ending up with an Aston Martin sliding almost into the barriers, managing to control it and collect it, as Michael Salmacia is continuing his performance on the racetrack. Grantas Kareckas coming back on the racetrack after their completed pit stop, back to P3, a place they were at, with a slightly outsync strategy with car number 3. They are now 25.7 seconds behind, and it is 47 seconds separating Silverio and now Domantas Kniva behind the wheel. Oh, we haven't seen Kniva driving this Mustang. We've seen Kareckas and Juknavicius, so having a third player in the field, what you think? Could that change the scenario slightly? Maybe Miguel Silverio?
No, even if he runs at the same pace or even slower than Silverio, this won't change anything. Because once Tadas or Grantas get back in the car, it's gonna be the same. they're going to be much quicker, and well, Silverio and Schwab will still be in trouble. So I don't see a big change. I think what is important is that Bomontas doesn't get involved in any kind of incident. So keeps it clean. If he does that, great. Job done, and more than enough done. Under pressure from Elisev here. Not under pressure, but maybe being not running away as quickly as Grandas would. I think he still maybe needs a little bit of time to get used to the kart, get used to the track, get used to the competition, and then he can get back on pace, and Elisev almost taking him out. But that's going to give a bit of breathing room for Niva, so he should be able to find his pace finally.
And that's going to be the first timed lap by Domantas Kniva. It's a 1:43.4, so that's it just shows and indicates that Domantas Kniva needs to slightly adapt to the car, try to understand the conditions on the racetrack. He will definitely pick up more pace during his stint. He will meet that traffic. Still, some of unknowns for the Dream to Drive team of how it's gonna go. The biggest part is not to be the fastest car on the track. It's basically to stay on the track and avoid mistakes and still be in that battle for the win of this race. Dealing with the traffic might be the biggest issue for Domantas Kniva while trying to get back on pace. As Daniel Spahn, he's already familiar with what's happening on the racetrack. 22.6. So it's also not the biggest difference between Silverio and Daniel Spahn on the racetrack at this moment. The biggest issue might be the outseeing strategy of the cars. Remember, this number 3 Ford Mustang GT3 had issues, had contact, which we couldn't get on the screen, so we cannot, or we do not know what happened with that car that had to outsync its strategy, go into the pit lane earlier and fix that damage. Doesn't look too bad at this moment with the situation they are on the racetrack. 19 minutes on the clock, so they will pit earlier again than their rivals.
Yep, pitting earlier, and they're still quite synced up in the amount of pit stops they will do with their teammates for sure. We'll see if that continues on with the Dream to Drive car. But yeah, should be interesting to see if the Dream to Drive car can extend their stint enough to not have a pit stop at the end. think they can. I think they'll be super close to it, and I think they can still do it. And if they do it, that would be the race lead. Even now. Even if Competizione losing a little bit of time, I think worst case we're going to see here, the gap will come back up to a minute. But even if it does, the amount of time that Grantas Gracias can gain, that minute won't be that big of a difference. And Tadasco out as well. Both of them running very similar pace most of the time. Miguel Silverio tight with the Ginetta GT4. One of the worst places to catch a car. These higher speed sections for GT3s are definitely much quicker, so if you catch a GT4 there, then it's a problem.
Nice moment to drive on board with the overall leader, Miguel Silverio. He was not the fastest car on the previous lap. Oh, and he goes off the racetrack by himself, and mistakes like these might be very costly by the end of this race, because this stage of the race should have been the calmest one for the leading cars staying on the racetrack. As Gustav mentioned, the pace was very, very similar in between the three leaders, but doing mistakes like these after a lap which was not particularly fast, that's not gonna help with the end result. Every second, every little mistake counts now. You cannot afford to do these runoffs. Now, well, you can hope of mistakes by your rivals, but you should try to avoid to do them yourself. Nice calm overtake of a GT4 car. He picked up the pieces and stays on the track now.
On board with your race leader for the international racing team. Lead by 24 seconds ahead of his teammate, who has been in trouble before and should be back to the pit shortly.
Last lap was pretty slow by Domantas Kniva, 1 minute 46.0, so even though Miguel Silverio was pretty slow with his previous lap, he's currently back on pace with this one. Only a couple of corners to go. That should be a relatively fast lap, roughly around 1 minute and 42s. So that is given an advantage now for the international racing team. Actually, both international racing team cars are now being faster than the car number 1, driven by Domantas Kniva, and it only makes this battle really, really nice. That's 1 minute 42.0. Spon is on a slightly slow lap again because he's in a big traffic. The gap went up to 26 seconds. Domantas Kniva is relatively on a fast lap. His previous lap was slow due to the traffic, I'm pretty sure about it. That's 1 minute 44.9 for Kniva. And for Spon, and Kniva is running around the corner. Looks like he's looking at the personal best of his current stint, or roughly around that same time. It's going to be a 1 minute 42.0, maybe a little bit faster, somewhere around 1 minute 42.1. So still, well, at least matching the pace of Miguel Silverio at this moment. And the drive time for Domantas is 52 minutes. Daniel Spon will head into the pit lane roughly in 10 minutes, as Gustas has mentioned about it.
Yep, losing a little bit of time, but it's a big chance for international racing team to get forward, and they really got to use it. If they don't, this will be very, very difficult, because I think Domantas Kniva might have this and one more stint. So they need to use the time when he's behind the wheel to get any kind of advantage they can, but it's not like Domantas Kniva is super slow around the track. They're doing well. GT4 leader, Jan Nims, 2 laps ahead of his competition. Pretty unstoppable in that Sean Clark racing car. I wonder when Jan Nims will get back into that quicker class, running against Grandes Gracias. He's like to see that battle again. Fortunately, he's in the GT4 here. The 22 car, Lamech Muffler Shop, they've stopped on pit entry. Is not great, and finally get moving. It's very, very strange. Garbage with the damn car. Running at the moment. The lead attacked 3 BMWs, one after the other. Brandau and then each of us. That's the Vilnius Tech car. It's been in trouble a couple of times. But we saw it run in a podium position in the beginning of the race. It's lost out now. Older drivers. have that perfect pace that Ayrton did. And penalties.
Yeah, but they are still on the same lap as fifth-placed car driven by Tiziana Poerio. Just a little further behind, and there are actually 3 cars now starting from P7 that are currently quite close together, so that might be a chance to maybe get back into that battle for higher finishing places for the Vilnius Tech car. Remember, they have a very fast driver in between themselves, so they were fast at one stage of the race. They were running third, I believe, at the opening laps. Before the pit stops took place, then they kind of started falling back, and now they slotted in P8, 23 seconds ahead of Tomas Janušaitis. International Racing Team number 3, so Janušaitis also kind of tries to bring his car into the higher places. And, well, this is a much tighter field in the GT3 class than we have in the GT4s, with not only a battle for the win of this race, but also a possibility of a battle or tight battles for the lower places, the starting from P5, because Gosha Alizeev is kind of a runner on his own with that beautiful Honda NS6 Evo. Car number 6 running 4th, 1 lap behind, 2 laps ahead. They look safe with that position at this moment, as Janušaitis, Eichinas, Brandao, Babic, they all try to catch up with Poerio. This is Brandao, car number 9. GT Panama chasing down Dam's BMW. 2 BMWs fighting for places. Poerio is in that red Ferrari, 4 seconds ahead of this battle.
Like, there must have been a little bit of time lost, gap up to 51. So no real change. When he came out the pits, it was at 47. Out at 41 now after 20 minutes of driving. So it's not really making a big dent. It's more like a roadblock or a heavy traffic they're getting stuck in. So Kima cannot catch up. He's being held back a little bit. And once we get back in the car, it's going to be just catching up once again. So yeah, I think Valerian's one. They need to either find something magical here in terms of pace, or this won't be enough.
Yep, and Kniva found also a pretty decent pace now, 1 minute 42.2, so pretty stable. Regarding the pace, he's gaining on Daniel Spon. Daniel Spon is kind of falling backwards into the hands of Domantas Kniva, as he is maybe running out of tires, because this 65 minutes stint time is almost over for this Ford Mustang GT3 car, as they will be heading straight into the pit lane shortly. To my prediction, that should be not by the end of this lap, but by the end of the next lap. Unless they feel that the tires are already off, and that's why they are losing a little bit more time than they would like to.
What other battles we have on track? Babbage closing up on Poerio for 5th. Gap down to 1.8. And actually nobody else on track. Really close. Fortunately. Some kind of incident for Petrozzini.
Oh, yep, he's off the racetrack. On the exit of Aqua Minerale corner. This is car number 11 in P10. We have a chance to take a look at the replay. Looks like the driver lost it on his own. We've seen a couple of incidents here on this particular corner. And yep, the back end steps out simply of the hands of the driver. This is simply a spin, so no big contacts, just a loss of time. They can go back on the track and continue the journey. Still plenty of time on the clock, still not halfway through this race. 7 hours and 10 minutes on the clock. Spon should be entering the pit lane shortly. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be by the end of this lap. So Spon into the pit lane as soon as he completes this lap, and as he goes off the final corner he will enter the pit lane. That's gonna be a very nicely done stint for Daniel Spon. He held on to P2, extended the stint to the maximum amount possible. Kind of fell back behind Silverio. He was, I believe, 20 seconds behind at one point. It's now up to 31. So regarding the pace, it was not the best stint as they enter the pit lane, but they are still there in that battle for the win. By the looks of it now during this stint, but as Gustas mentioned, as soon as Grantas Kareckas or Tadas Juknevicius will get behind the wheel of that Dream to Drive Ford Mustang GT3 car, they will be much more faster again. Remember, well, Kareckas shaved off more than 20 seconds during one stint, even less than during one full stint. As Domantas Kniva currently, he basically matches the pace of the current leader. So this is a slight a stint where the gaps are kind of staying similar, but that's not going to be the case as soon as there will be a driver's swap.
Looking at that battle for P5. Caught up big time, did Babbage. About 20-minute offset in there, stint time, and Babbage, well, as quickly as he caught up, as quickly did he lose that time. Back to status quo. Oh, at least have had contact with the GT4, I believe.
Oh man, this is the 4th place runner. Did they have... yep, they had some sort of an accident. Thank God we have a replay and we can go and see through of what happened there. Exiting of the variant Alta chicane. Oh, the GT4 simply lost traction and
now in trouble.
Yep.
HNS now in trouble down at turn 1
with Kral. I believe there was a contact between HNS and Kral. Yep.
Not for position.
Oh man, Eliziev again in issues. I think car number 6 having issues again.
Yep, crashed at turn 1, but let's have a look at this replay first, I guess. Oh, that's on Kral, that one.
That's a penalty. That's definitely gonna be a penalty for Kral. No questions about it. Car number 6 yellow flag again. Yep, it was a spin. That's the replay of a car doing something by the side of the road, searching for mushrooms or something like that. Maybe they've seen some berries by the side of the racetrack, decided to make a short break. Well, when you have a lead of 2 laps, well, it's actually now down to 1 lap with these 2 issues in the past 1 lap or 2 laps. They lost quite a chunk of time. We have to see the overall lap time of the Honda, but it was 2 laps of a lead. It's now down to 1 lap against Tiziana Poerio. Yep, and H-Nas lost quite a lot in that incident, and to no fault of his own. He's now only 10. Oh, he was 10 seconds ahead of Januszaitis, but Januszaitis, he had to enter the pit lane, so he will leave H-Nas, the Vilnius Tech car, running on their own. That's Eliseev crossing the line, 2 minutes, 0.7. So in the course of 2 laps, they lost roughly 20 seconds of total time. Still 2 laps ahead, but they still have a huge amount, a safe amount of time to stay 4th, but making mistakes like these, a couple of them in the course of 2 laps, that's dangerous. Poerio, Babic and Brandao, 3 GT3 cars gathering for a meeting on the Imola racetrack now with 7 hours and 5 minutes on the clock. That's going to be a battle of 2 BMWs versus 1 Ferrari. Ferrari is currently 5th, trying to hold on to that position, but losing a little bit of time, especially on the previous lap time. They lost roughly 3 seconds to their rivals, well, 2.5 seconds of that lead, and it's now down to 1 second. And that should gonna end up in a very nice battle between these cars. Let's stick around with Javier Brandao to be the first to have the VIP views of the battle that is building, shaping up in front of the driver of car number 9, the GT Panama team. Both drivers from Panama, Brandao and Dominguez, having a nice battle in this tribute to Senna race, a special event on the WorldSimSeries platform.
We'll see where this battle takes us. Babic trying to get close. Remember, he got very close at one point and then drove right off the track. Kral, as we suspected, gets the drive-through penalty for that action down in turn 1.
Oh, that's close with the Mercedes.
So, Poerio, Babic, Brandao, 6, 7. It's an important position they're fighting over. The car behind them is H. I was gonna say he's 3 laps behind. He's not 3 laps behind. He's a minute behind them. So they're kind of exclusively fighting for that P5 spot, finishing 5th. That's a nice thing to say. And that's what needs to on. Pushing to the inside goes Poerio, to the inside goes Babic as well. Of the traffic, Brandao cuts right over the chicane, contact with the Ginetta. Probably a little bit too eager to make a move there. was Brandao. The two, though, still in battle. Looking at the speed trap data, Babbage definitely looks better at the end of the straight in terms of best top speed. He was 3Ks over, and sitting in the straight, he can go quite quick. Brandao 6Ks over in the speed trap compared to Poerio. Poerio gains in the twisty stuff. Babbage and Brandao. Oh, Poerio on the brakes on the exit. That gives a position to Babbage, and for free. And Brandao's going to get it as well, maybe side by side as they exit contact and get the position. That's the IRT 1 car as well. No, IRT number. The number 3 car on the side of the car says number 3. That's the IRT Mustang getting past. And, well, Babbage, uh, almost like it's his birthday. He got that position for free. And Brandao as well, getting that position. A little bit of contact at the top of the hill there, but I think George will look past it. On the inside, get past the traffic. So 7 hours, approaching 7 hours to go in this race. Still the lead held by International Racing Team, but those Dream to Drive cars getting closer. Car 8 gets a drive-through penalty. Poerio. Now I wonder what that was for. Yes, it probably would be a pit lane speeding penalty as he came into the box. That would make sense to me at least. And we've crossed over the 7-hour mark. It's 7 to go, 5 completed. In an hour's time, we'll be at the middle of the race. And let's have a look at the current results out on the circuit.
Yep.
In the GT3s, yep, in the GT3s, it's International Racing Team who lead ahead of Dream to Drive and International Racing Team number 2, but those positions keep on switching depending on where in the pit stop cycle we are. RL Shizuo for Duo in 4th, 5th for GT Panama. In GT4, it's Sean Clark Racing ahead of Aeronautica Sim Racing, AOR Racing Team, Shizuo for GT Corsa. So in both classes, the Shizuo team's in 4th and 5th for ATAC. those are your top fives from both classes, as we'll be taking another break. We'll be back in an hour, just like last time, as the race continues. The tribute to Senna, Imola 12 hours on World Sim Series.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Some technical issues as the world went crazy. The track has seen a lot of action that it has never seen. We are now under a red flag situation where race control are currently taking decisions and measuring the steps needed to take to continue this race. 6.5 hours are still on the race clock. I can assure you that the race is gonna continue. Right now it's a calm state and well, the action is being taken. Stick with us as we will continue the race as soon as all the issues gonna be fixed. Right now I'll leave you with a couple of views from the track as it is stationary, and we will get back to you as soon as we know the outcome. So be patient. Thanks again, and the racing will go on.
And Senna! My goodness! I just saw it plunge off to the right, and Senna has joined Pedro Lamy.